The last deliberation for the week on annual reports, and today we have the annual report from Cape Nature and the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning. This is the Standing Committee on Local Government, Environment and Development Planning. My name is Dave Bryant. I'm the chairperson. Apparently it's a beautiful day outside, so hopefully we can get this done swiftly and enjoy some good weather maybe later on. But before we start, I just want to quickly welcome all of the members. But before we get on to that, I believe it is Miss Helena Jacobs' birthday today. So we'd like to say a very happy birthday to you, Miss Jacobs. And we hope you have a wonderful day. So without further ado, I'm going to go through the members who are in the House, and if you can just say present when I note your name. Firstly, we have Member Grant Murray.
Good morning, Chair. Present.
Member Thomas Walters.
Present and standing in for Dirk Wessels.
And Member Leon van Wyk.
Present, Chair.
Then online, we have Member Noko Masipa.
Present, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, Minister and your department. Thank you.
Member Noel Constable.
Present, Chair. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you.
And Member Beauty Stoffel. Member Stoffel, can you confirm you're online? Okay, we don't have a response from Member Stoffel yet, so we'd note everybody else for now. I'm sure she will make herself known a little bit later. All right then, if we can move on to the first item in the agenda, which is the deliberation on the annual report for 24-25 from Cape Nature. We are taking it that the report has been read, and we will go through the sections once we've had the introduction from Minister Burdell and HOD Gabbe. So over to you, Minister Burdell.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the members of the Standing Committee. Honourable Chair, at the beginning of 2025, the world saw the destructive and uncontrollable wildfires ranging in Los Angeles and part of South Korea. Now, this examples of climate change shows us also that the richest and the most advanced countries struggle to deal with climate change and the consequences thereof. Locally, we are also experiencing climate change and associated challenges, also struggling with wildfires, but also winter storms that destroyed our infrastructure. The big question is how to build back, because with the current financial crisis we're in, it's difficult to get ahead of climate change. In the Western Cape, we know that the next drought is only one dry winter away, so that's also something that we must always monitor. We've got teams to look at that. We also know that our best strategy to prevent and to minimize the impact of climate-related events is to maintain a healthy and natural ecosystem. That's your best buffer against the climate change. Our province has also a growing population, something that we keep an eye on, but it's something also outside of our control. Between 2015 and 2024, we've experienced 1.2 million people moving to the province, 19.6%, and we think that in the next decade, another 1.2 million people will move to the Western Cape, and it's something that we need to plan for. In disaster management, we always say we plan for the worst and hope and pray for the best. So that's what we will do. So, Honourable Chair, biodiversity is one of our key pillars of our natural environment. Unfortunately, biodiversity is being threatened on a global scale. And in the Western Cape, we must also confront this reality. As a province, we are blessed with more than 10,000 plant species, of which 68% is endemic. Unfortunately, many of these are threatened, and You will also picked up from Cape Nature how we struggle with people that's busy stripping our biodiversity, and something that we must try all work and do more to try and prevent it. To address these environmental challenges, it is crucial that we accommodate a growing population and grow our economy in a manner that is in balance with the protection of our biodiversity and ecosystems, and I think ecological systems. I think that's where the challenge lies for us, to get that right balance going forward. And with that, Honourable Chair, I'm going to hand over to the HOD.
Thanks. Sorry, Dr. Nadia, I also meant to acknowledge you as well. And it's Ms. Lobsha. That's it. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you today. Thank you, Minister. Good morning also to all the colleagues. It was an important year of delivery because it was the last year of delivery against our previous 5-year strategy. So for both the Department and Cape Nature, a significant year. It's also the year within which we reflect on where we've come over the 4 years, and then within that year, reflecting on where we're going and the new strategies formulated within that year. And in that regard, it was highly significant because we were working closely with the rest of the Western Cape government and other partners in terms of crafting the strategy for the next 5 years. And some of the strategies are towards 2040, 2050. And as would be clear from the new provincial strategic plan, the important role that Voter 9 plays, both the Department and Cape Nature, in terms of the lived reality of the residents of the Western Cape now and into the future. And whether it's the work in terms of spatial transformation or the work in terms of ecological infrastructure, environmental quality, the One Health work, and the important work that Cape Nature plays in that portfolio, looking after our conservation estate and our water resources and biodiversity, and all the resources necessary for our residents. So yes, it was a difficult year in terms of the budget constraints and the other challenges, but the team across the Department and Cape Nature, good performance over the year. I'll go into a bit more detail when we go into the annual report of the department, but in terms of Cape Nature, very good performance, working closely with the entity in terms of the oversight by Minister, oversight by the department, and the collaboration between the department and the entity. Thank you very much.
Thanks. And I think with that, we can segue nicely into Dr. Naidi, your opening remarks, and then we will get into the deliberations on the Cape Nature report. So over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the Chair and honourable members, Minister, Head of Department, and our Board Chair. Chair, with a little bit of your indulgence, I'll leave the formal opening remarks to the Chair for our Board, Ms. Kiki Lobsha. Just to add on to HOD Herwood, that last year was the end of the 5 years. The entity met its annual targets and its 5-year targets, and that within the regulatory framework. It had received in all 5 years clean audits, and those were the processes that were established. Last year, we had a little bit of transition in the board with members' terms coming to an end. So we had some new member appointments, and that ran relatively smoothly. And we're thankful to Ms. Lobsha, who stood in this year, or since the previous chair was here at the last meeting, annual report meeting. It was his last meeting, and Ms. Lobsha has taken over for this year. We will be advertising 3 new positions for members. Periods are expiring in the first quarter of next year, so please look out for that. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So as Ashley mentioned, this year marked the conclusion of Cape Nature's 5-year strategic cycle, during which period the entity has continued to meet its objectives while navigating significant environmental and socio-economic challenges. The entity, again, has encountered the realities of climate change. It responded to 97 wildfire incidents, an increase from the previous season, alongside severe flooding and storm events. The Global Risk Report reminds us that extreme weather and biodiversity loss are the foremost risks facing us from an environmental perspective. And Cape Nature has strengthened its agility, learning from past fire seasons, etc. There have also been important conservation successes in that there was a successful translocation of the Cape Mountain zebra, the highest recorded Cape Gannet numbers at Lambert's Bay Island, and progress towards improved protection of African penguin colonies following agreements on fishing restrictions. Then Cape Nature continues to align to work with the Western Cape government's growth for jobs strategy through the successful implementation of 3-year contract for expanded public works program participants. Cape Nature also recognizes the nature-based solutions are not only vital for climate adaptation, but also central to unlocking sustainable economic opportunities for our province. These work opportunities complement the many outsourced work opportunities to service the various aspects of the protected area across the province, such as maintenance, laundry, alien plant clearing, and security services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Loubser. Colleagues, are we ready? Can we move then on to the 3 sections we'll be dealing with, Part A, Part B, and Part D. We'll take Part A first, and that is from pages 5 to 25. And we'll also take questions on Part A on the opening remarks from Dr. Naidu and Ms. Loubser as well. So if you can, yes, Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can we also pose questions on the opening remarks of the Minister and the HOD?
Yes, you can, but we'll leave the HOD's responses to when we get to the local government report, local government environmental affairs report, which is straight after this. Okay, all right. So we'll deal with the Cape Nature first and those opening remarks, and then we can deal with that when we get to the other report. So if you can note the page number, that's very helpful. If you do have a question or a query. But we'll take Part A first. That's pages 5 to page 25. If anybody online wishes to make a comment, I see Masipa and I see Constable as well. Yeah. We'll take the members in the chamber first. Did I note Member van Wyk? Anybody else? No? Member Marais, you would like to ask a question? Okay, so we'll take Member van Wyk first and then Member Marais. We'll have those two, and then after that, we'll move on to the online platform. Member van Wyk.
Thanks, Chair. I think what impressed me over and beyond the work that Cape Nature does is the fact that there's been that 17% increase in tourism revenue, which to me, I think is very commendable, and it's quite exciting in my view that we're seeing that, and maybe if we can just perhaps get some background to that, how that was achieved, and whether that level of success is continuing into this year, because to me it's very important that we do attract more people into reserves and let them understand the importance of having nature reserves and being involved in all of the activities that Cape Nature is involved in. Thanks.
Thank you, Member van Wyk. Member Marais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, in terms of page 12 and 13, when it comes to the
sorry, Member Marais, I don't want to interrupt you. I've just noticed, I think you're on the environmental affairs report. We're only dealing with Cape Nature first. So just this one first, and then we're going to deal with the environmental affairs and development planning afterwards. So if it's a question on Cape Nature, then please go ahead. But otherwise, we'll deal with that one in the next section. So it's just pages 5 to 25 of the Cape Nature annual report.
Mr. Chair, the Cape Nature report was not handed to me. I had to read it online. So I'm sitting here with this document of the annual report of the Environment and Development Planning. So I will then pause for now, but I would like in future that the committee members, when they receive a document for deliberation today, that it be given to the members as a package. Not one document now and then I must sit and wait for the next document to come and I must deliberate today and ask questions of these intelligent people and not have given the information. And usually, if a member of parliament should get a document, I'd like to sign for it. Just for accountability so that that was also not done. So it's not a reflection just on you, I think on the staff as well, to ensure that us as members of parliament that must hold the department accountable, at least be given the full package of documents that's being debated today. So just want to put that on record.
Yes,
sir.
thanks, Member.
You know, I'm not never out of order.
No,
Very seldomly out of order,
certainly.
but I want to make a point.
Yes,
on regard.
no, that's completely fine, and we can definitely investigate that, Mr. Kutse, and find out what other members. Did everybody else receive the documentation? Yes. Yes. Okay. So there's no. Okay. Yes. Okay, but you've got this one and you've got the other one. Okay. All right, but we'll definitely follow up and get back to you on it. No, I'm sure you won't. All right. Okay, can we deal then with just the first input from Member Van Wyk then, and then we'll move on to the online platform. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member Van Wyk. I am going to distribute the questions to the executive, and they'll introduce themselves and their portfolio very briefly, and then provide details on the question. For the tourism income, I'm going to start with Executive Director Shiraz Ismail. And Shiraz, when you're done, maybe then we can decide if CFO Mohammed Bayat wants to add. But let's start with you because you are generally in charge of this portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member, for the question. Yeah, I think the 17% growth is, we are tracking this year's revenue generation compared to last year, and I've got some good news. We are tracking ahead of that. So all indications at this stage is that we're going to, again, if all goes well, no natural disasters like fires and floods, we could again exceed that target. We've also last year, together with the 17% growth in revenue, saw a 40% increase in visitors to our reserves, and that is year-on-year growth. So all indications is that post-COVID, we've been seeing this increase in revenue generation and visitor numbers to our reserves. We've got strategic marketing campaigns, which we do with our partners. And one of our key partners, or two of our key partners that we engage with very often is Wesgro, around positioning the Western Cape as a tourism destination, piggybacking on some of their campaigns. And then obviously also with the Department of Economic Development and Tourism, where we look at statistics, tracking, funding opportunities, and so on. So all indications, Chair, Member, is that it's looking positive, and we are tracking year-on-year growth last year compared to this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ismail. Mohammed, if you could very briefly talk to the income we have now started receiving from the public-private partnership and how that improved our income for last year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, and good morning, everybody. Mohammed Bayat, the CFO for Cape Nature. Yes, what we've seen in the past 2 years especially is that the income from our Triple P partners seems to be increasing quite a lot. There's two reasons for that. One is obviously their post-COVID recovery, number one. And number two is that with Triple Ps, you often have a 5 to 6 year or 5 to 7 year incubation period in which the rate of return that you get is quite low. So now that we've seen with those Triple Ps, they've well established, the incubation period is over. So our share of income from those Triple Ps increases quite significantly. So in previous to 2 years ago, we were possibly receiving maybe 2 to 3 million rand income from the Triple Ps. We're now receiving between 6 to 7 million rand income a year from the Triple Ps. So we're seeing quite good performance from them. So it's a success story for Triple Ps. Obviously, we have to balance it with the access mandate as well, because some of the Triple Ps are niche products for a specific market level, the specific LSM groups. So therefore, it has to be balanced with the access mandate as well. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. First question online, member Noko Masipa, and then we'll take member Noel Constable after that.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Minister and Dr. Herber and Dr. Naidu and Dr. Loksha for the opening remarks. Chair, I think partly my question was covered by Honorable Van Wyk earlier with regards to the growth in terms of tourism by 17%. But I'm just gonna maybe ask that despite the fire season and many challenges that Cape Nature continue to face, what really strategies are being employed to ensure that they continue to grow as such, and also welcoming their role in the G4J strategy? I think, Chair, we really acknowledge that economic growth is not really a function of the Economic Development Department, but it cuts across. So the other question obviously is Cape Nature going to participate in the upcoming investment summit that will be taking place in the Western Cape in November? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Masipa. Member Constable.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning again to the MEC and colleagues in chambers. Chair, I think one or two of my questions was covered, but I will just raise it again because I think Member Van Wyk and Member Noko Masipa, they covered me with regards to the tourism. On page 8, Chair, there was an increase with regards to the wildfires mentioned in the document. My question then is, can Cape Nature tell us what is the main causes of wildfires with regards to the entity, and also what is the mitigating factors that they have in place to make sure that they're dealing quickly with those fires in the areas? On page 12, Chair, there was mention of COVID-19 again, the pandemic, and they said there was a bounce back with regards to tourism. So we saw the increase also in the finances. Are they happy, or are they looking again for increases with regards to that? And what is the strategies that they mention? And will they continue with that strategies, or are there other strategies that they will implement in the next phase? Because they said this is the last year of the previous phase. Then on page 13, Chair, if they can just elaborate again with regards to the partnerships. I know that they mentioned that they are good partnerships, but I want to believe that all is not good. Are there
Member Constable, you've just broken off there for a second. Yes, we can hear you now. Just carry on.
sorry. Yeah, if they can just if they can just elaborate on the good and bad of the partnership that they're having, and what is the partnership that they rather want to leave alone, or is all the partnerships that they have mentioned on page 13 is everything going well on their side? Then on page 15, Chair, the capacity constraint and challenges that they are facing. How are they dealing with it? There's a mention of staff in that paragraph. How are they dealing with it? And is the hands on the pulse with regards to that constraints and the challenges that they're facing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Constable, and for also ensuring that you mention all the page numbers. That's very helpful. Dr. Naidu, Ms. Lobsha, over to you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honourable members. I'm going to start with a brief introduction and use that time for early warning for Mr. Ishmael and then Ms. Hayward on the fires, and also Ms. Natalie Hayward on the partnerships as well. You can deal with that. And then if it's not covered, I'll come back to the capacity constraints. But just to start off, Chair and honourable members, there are a few things in terms of maintaining income and generating increases in income. Obviously, there's a limit because we have the same number of offerings. We have some plans to increase the number of offerings, and Mr. Ishmael will talk to that. We did open a new one last year. And the idea is to maintain the offerings. We also saw, and this is through some of our marketing interventions, for the first time, day access income, people going on day hikes or day visits to the parks, that's generating the same amount of income as overnight stays. Previously, as one can imagine, overnight stays generate more income. But now day entries are equal and exceeding that. Charles, if you could confirm, we now have more than 500,000 people visiting Cape Nature reserves across the province, and that's day access is now carrying its own. Also, we've seen a slight movement in traditional high performers on the reserves. Previously, it was the whale trail. There's been a change in that last year. It's now Roebuck. Roebuck did get some good publicity working with the team last year as one of the top 10 beaches to visit in the world by international magazine. So there's more interest around that. The challenge around the Cape Nature Reserves, it's you have to leave the city. We're proud, although it's something needed to work for, that the majority of the visitors are South Africans, are people from the Western Cape, and then people from other provinces. A small percentage, less than 8, I think, is international. We are looking specifically and working with Westcrow on that. If after the first week for international visitors, when you've done Table Mountain, Cape Point, Robben Island, and food and wine offerings that the city and in and around the city have, your next visit should be at a Cape Nature one. So that's some of the strategies we're looking at. Partnerships, yes, we have a specific focus on page 13 on partnerships, and this really talks also to the capacity issues. We maintain through some effort a total cost of employment that we try not to exceed beyond 60% of our total annual budget. Because we're operationally based, we have to have money for connectivity across the reserves. We have to have money for maintaining accommodation, security service, laundry services, and then maintaining the conservation aspects for biodiversity surveys. So 40% is spent on operations. Because we maintain the 60-40 split, it means we're always carrying around a 25% vacancy rate on permanent positions. How we address that is primarily through partnerships and the flexibility that brings, but also we're really looking where we can on shared functions across the executive directorates and trying to manage staff. So we do have a strong emphasis on focus on staff, their well-being. We try to say and behave as managers in a way that we always assume that you're carrying 25% extra load in the entity on that. So we try and engage with staff and show them our appreciation on that, and that we are aware that we're carrying this partnerships. In conservation, all non-government organizations are very well-intentioned on that. So things do work well. Ms. Hayward will talk to specifically try and quantify how much in terms of staff contribution and in terms of rands, we have partnerships, very large partnerships that contribute to alien invasive plant clearing, and we're continuing with that. But There is a challenge in terms of what's working and what's not working on managing the relationships of all the conservation and non-government organizations and the entity and across them as well. We are managing about 1.2 million hectares across the province, but we're only managing 1.2 million hectares, and everyone has to work on them in the conservation sector and looking for a space on that. So we are engaging on that, and it's managing the relationships. People have organizations have a particular interest. Sometimes it's species-based, sometimes it's habitat-based, sometimes it's issue-based, and all of these overlap. And from time to time, I'm sure members would see that most stakeholders are generally happy with Cape Nature, but not all. So it is a complex relationship management exercise. With that, I'll come to Shiraz to look at strategies for income, and then partnerships we can touch on with Natalie Haywood. Thanks. Thank you, Shiraz.
Thank you, CEO. Maybe just to address the question on how we're going to continue growth, bearing the impacts of fires and floods, we've adopted a strategy called Build Back Better. So when we do have flooding incidents, previously we used to replace like with like. The strategy now is to put more hard and permanent infrastructure in place. So those are engineered solutions with regards to access to our reserves, management roads within our reserves, and also bridges and so on. So we are putting mitigations in place to try and manage floods as best as possible. So that is one of the things that we do. When we are hit with these closures, what we do is also refer and cross-sell other nature reserves and that availability to impacted visitors. And then obviously our marketing is evolving all the time. You know, your marketing strategy of last year is almost redundant if you look at what is happening in the current year. That we fully understand the needs and wants of our visitors, and we also keeping our tourism products going through constant refreshers, making sure it's relevant, because we need to cater to the needs and demands of what our clients want. If you look at the demographic of our clients of 20 years ago that wanted the bare minimum, today's client wants a bit more than just the bare minimum. So we're constantly having to reinvent ourselves from a marketing perspective, but also from a product development and what we're putting out into the marketplace. Thank you.
All right, response is complete.
Ms. Haywood, talk to partnerships and the fires.
Sure. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Natalie Haywood. I oversee the Conservation Operations Directorate in Cape Nature, and that is inclusive of protected area management, as well as wildlife regulation and stakeholder engagement. And the Operations Directorate works hand in hand with Ecotourism Access, who offers strategic direction around access and environmental education and capacity building, and then obviously working very closely with the Biodiversity Capabilities Directorate in terms of the science and the policy that supports the work that we do. So I'm going to respond on fires first, I think, just in order of the questions that were posed. So the primary causes of fire relate specifically to, I think we need to acknowledge that we are dealing with an unpredictable weather situation in the Western Cape province, and also the impacts of long-term climate change. So that leaves us with a situation where the environmental conditions out in the natural spaces are generally drier and not as wet as they used to be back in the day when we had long periods of slow rainfall. And then, of course, there is also a people element involved in terms of intentional setting of fires. And of course, with a drier environment, this results in more intensive fires than we would expect. Other causes are also accidental. For example, brush cutting the grass on the side of a road, or doing invasive aid and plant clearing and the sparks and such. So essentially, the primary causes are weather conditions, and that coupled with high fuel loads in terms of invasive alien plant invasions, and then also considering the anthropogenic factor. So in terms of mitigating circumstances or measures that we implement, we really do focus heavily on environmental awareness, specifically in fire season, leading up to fire season. There are specific campaigns to make our various communities around the protected areas aware of the risk of fire, and also communicating best practice around fires that people have to make because it's part of their livelihoods and way of living. And then, of course, operationally, we do go through a process of prioritizing fire breaks that need to be maintained, making sure that those are maintained in time for the fire season, and then of course also ensuring that that we do our pre-fire season audits. That helps us identify any gaps that we may have in terms of training, equipment, or the location and prioritization of fire breaks, making sure that our agreements are in place with our various partners who support fire response and mitigation. And then, of course, also we go through a process of post-fire season that also highlights what could we improve following the previous year's season. We are governed and guided by fire response plans, and these are shared with our various partners, such as our fire protection associations, district municipalities, and very importantly, disaster management. So I think important to note here as well is that the Western Cape is very fortunate in that fire is a whole of government approach. So it's not only a Cape Nature response, it's a Western Cape government disaster management response, it's a fire protection association response, it's a district municipal and local level municipality response. And in that way, all the agencies who are involved implement their mitigation measures and pre-fire season preparedness. So that would be in response to fire. On the subject of partnerships, I just want to start with, Ashley mentioned earlier, made reference to capacity. So there are several partners. So maybe getting back to the question, they are not all listed in the report for fear of potentially losing one. And I'm going to speak very specifically to partners with whom we have a formal memorandum of agreement. So the moment there's an agreement in place, we consider that to be a partnership. So in terms of capacity and just generally doing our work, there are partnerships that work really, really well for us. And for example, where it relates to threatened species, such as the African penguin, we have partnerships with agencies such as SANCOB, Dyer Island Conservation Trust, and the WWF South Africa, who specifically second field rangers to us. And in that way, we can augment capacity on the ground and enhance surveillance and monitoring of threatened species. And then, of course, also, I think you are all aware of the succulent poaching concern currently in the Western Cape and also extending into the Eastern and Northern Cape provinces, but their WWF are a key role play in terms of helping support that approach in the form of a warm body seconded to that area, as well as supporting what do we call them, license plate recognition camera systems that help us gather intelligence. So there are those partners that really help with the capacity on the ground. And then I just want to touch on partners that work really well with us in addressing water security and ensuring invasive alien plant species are brought under control. And this is not just a Cape Nature partnership, it's a collective between the City of Cape Town, ourselves, the Nature Conservancy, WWF South Africa, and others. I fear I may miss some, but I'm going to touch on the Nature Conservancy. So if we were to consider strategic water source areas specifically, we have approximately we have several 100,000 hectares that we need to clear, 97,000 hectares. And we know that we cannot clear all 97,000 as Cape Nature, and those are areas specifically on Cape Nature property. So partners such as the Nature Conservancy recognize specifically the importance of water security and water delivery, and their contribution to alien clearing in that specific area is 54,300 hectares. And that effort amounts to approximately 47 million in a year. 45 million. So those are the kind of partnerships where there's good synergy, good relationships. And also I have to acknowledge the Department of Environmental Affairs and Development Planning, who coordinates a lot of this partnership working together at scale. So those would be a couple of examples of those that work well. And then also, of course, we are very much aware that our mandate is all about access. It's about equality. And in those, there are some partnerships that we are reviewing and ensuring that these partnerships that are several years old are in line with our new strategic direction. And in those cases, we have initiated process of renegotiating partnerships or considering whether or not the two agencies are still benefiting each other. And I think that might make some reference to where Ashley has acknowledged that not always are we going to play nicely in the sand, but we have to acknowledge that there are differences and we have to meet each other. And of course, as Cape Nature, we have a specific mandate to implement. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. You know, it's something I've been thinking about for a while. It's proposing to the committee that we go on a committee hacking trip somewhere into one of the facilities and get our boots on and get our hands dirty, and pull out some port jacks and whatever else we can find. I think it might be a plan for the new year. But thank you for those responses. I think also just noting the fantastic work that's been undertaken in terms of the, yeah, well, I'll come to that now. In terms of the African penguin, I know a lot of focus has been on the national response, but seeing what Cape Nature and the department have been undertaking proactively for a number of years already, building up to, what we see in the De Hoop Reserve, for instance, and Stony Point and places like that. Really fantastic results. So I think it's important. And I believe last week was International African Penguin Day. Sort of slipped by under the radar without many people noticing, but I think important for us to note that as well. We had a hand over here from Member Marais. Is there anybody else in the chamber who wants to raise a question? Welcome, Member Stoffel. Sorry, I didn't welcome you officially. You were online, and then I think maybe you were in the lift, but we've got it. Perfect. Thank you. And I see Member Constable online. So we'll take Member Marais, and then we'll take Member Constable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to know, in terms of the strategy of expanding biodiversity areas, the one aspect is protecting the existing biodiversity areas. The next one is, of course, to recover what was lost. So Cape Nature strategy, I know that there's a Western Cape Protected Areas expansion strategy. And that expansion strategy, page 16, runs from 2021 to 2025. Now, in terms of that, was any of the biodiverse areas that was compromised recovered in that term, 2021 to 2025? And to which extent could we be successful in rehabilitation or recovering of those biodiversity? Then my second question, Mr. Chair, if you will permit, just in terms of alien plant, when we basically get rid of it, are we creating an economy in terms of income in that process? Because there's a lot in terms of, whether we remove cactus or whether we remove, there is an ecological or economic value that is attached to nature. Is there any economy that we are creating in terms of that process? Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Marais. Member Constable.
Chair, thank you very much, Chair. This is not a follow-up, nor is it a new question. I just want to check my question with regards to capacity constraints and challenges. I think it was the CEO, Mr. Naidu, that said he will come back and deal with that one. Was it dealt with, or did I miss it?
Thanks very much, Member Constable. I'm just going to take an opportunity quickly, just throw one question in there as well from my side. It's something that's been raised, I know, in the media. When you talk about partnerships, as referenced, I know there is an existing partnership or an agreement that was in place with the Cape Piscatorial Society for fly fishing in some of the reserves. And I understand that's being refreshed and a new approach is being taken going forward. If you can maybe just expand a little bit on where that currently stands and dealing with trout, for instance, in some of the Cape Nature reserves. Over to you, Dr. Naidu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Let me start with the question that's a carryover on the capacity constraints, and I'll come to honourable members Maria's and yours, and then I will just alert that I will come to Ms. Coral Perth on the expansion strategy, and then Ms. Hayward as well on the partnerships, and specifically the Piscatorial Society, which I will start with as well. So on the capacity building, as I mentioned, on the capacity constraints, we do carry a 25% vacancy rate generally. We manage this against our 60% cost of employment plus 40% operations. And that does come at a asking staff to do a little more, which generally staff at Cape Nature, in my experience of 19 months, are happy to do. And we are grateful as management for that. We do try and bolster the capacity in partnerships across that. We are getting to a point, even managing the partnerships is difficult because partnerships need middle and senior management intervention, like the Nature Conservancy, which contributes significantly, or the World Wildlife Fund, or BirdLife South Africa, or SANCOB, various community societies, like hiking communities, cycling communities. So it still requires management, but they often contribute in trail maintenance, fence maintenance, alien invasive removal, on that. So partnerships, we try and look to meet our capacity constraints. We also manage staff. We have vacancy discussion at the exec regularly to look at strategic vacancies that must be filled, where the different senior managers, executives place their vacancies, and we review that and decide as a group what will be filled. That occurs monthly when vacancies occur. It's not always a like for like. Most of the time it is. And then we can see how we can work across the different directorates of sharing responsibilities. It does mean that quite a few of the staff don't have the luxury of working in the specific job requirement. They share that. But we try and facilitate that as managers. That's capacity constraints, a capacity and how we manage that. It is a challenge. And we are looking at the most strategic partnerships. One of the things that we're doing is that when we engage partnerships on large projects now, we do put as part of that proposal that we require a contract project manager for that 3 or 5 years, because the management or to manage contracts and partnerships is getting quite thin. So we are putting that in, and we are receiving some success on that. Then on the expansion strategy, it's easier to go where there's no existing use, honourable member. So you're asking a good question on have we managed to get back any of the critical areas that are already been used or damaged in some areas from the previous one, and what's our outlook going forward on that. And for that one, I will come to disperse in a moment. Then on the biodiversity economy and the use of alien invasives. We are trying a few things. The longest, the more established one is the DUHOP, and I'll come to Ms. Ishmael to talk about the DUHOP, but we also investigated what the city is doing on the use of pulped material to use it in concrete mix or building materials. The city has a pilot program that we're trying to do. We're also investigating with a new project with a smaller company converting alien invasive biomass or pulp material into fertilizer that can be used by the agriculture sector. We're working on a combined proposal at the moment on that, and there's a pilot site. The difficulty is the cost of the diesel and truck hire costs to transport where you cut the alien invasive plants, to move them to a site where they can be processed. One option is to have portable pulping plants that you can move around. The other challenge, if they're on steep mountains or cliffs, the return on value on bringing those down. So the idea is to try and find the optimal area where we're clearing close to a road, or can be a rural road, but that access, so we can minimize the costs. We're also looking at whether we can approach some of the larger companies to say, here's a social investment project that you could do if you could cover the costs for a community of transporting the biomass to a processing plant as your corporate social contribution. So we are looking at those, but it's to the trick is to that cost, minimizing that cost of transport to a processing plant for us. But I'll allow Ms. Hayward to continue on that. And then just to touch on the Piscatorial Society, which Ms. Hayward can continue. We've had engagement over the last few months. This is a historic legacy relationship of a few decades. So it needed a refresh. In fact, of finding the original paperwork in entities is a little difficult. Essentially, this allowed quite exclusive access to a small group of people who were not removing trout, but wanted to sort of catch and release. Trout is an invasive species. So the idea is, how do we negotiate to bring this agreement into 2025 and also broaden access on that, but allow Ms. Hayward to touch on that. So Mr. Ishmael, let's start on the DUHOP alien invasive cutting, and then we can move on to Ms. Hayward and Ms. Burse. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. So for a number of years at our DUHOP Nature Reserve, we've employed 5 contractors, SMMEs, that between them employ 80 people, right? And their sole mandate is to go into the DUHOP Nature Reserve and harvest invasive alien trees. And this is merely for briarwood and fireplace wood. I think initially there was challenges because now they remove this access, and what do they do with it? So they have to individually try and get rid of their stock and sell door to door. But over the last, I think, 3 or 5 years, we were able to establish a value chain where there's a big buyer that's based in Cape Town that actually sends their trucks in to collect. And I think the secret is, how do you establish those value chains? So that is a success project. That project has been running now for in excess of 20 years. And they're still going, they're still growing. What we're looking at now is, how do we replicate that model across other nature reserves to really add that value? It's a win for conservation in that we get rid of the invasive alien trees, but it's also a win for SMMEs, job creation, and economic stability. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, CEO. So just to get to the question around the economy around the invasive alien plants, to add what CEO has mentioned is that there are some limitations that we need when we think about the value chain further down the line in terms of the biomass that's been removed. There are some considerations in terms of access to the material, as was mentioned, and then the cost of extracting it to a point where it can be processed. This is specifically if one is looking at biochar or bio-infused cement or other products that one can develop. So we have been approached by various parties and sort of looking at what they are aiming to do and then considering what is available. So we've also run a process of trying to understand which biomass is accessible in terms of Cape Nature's land, and often the high volume of biomass required to actually develop a product are sitting in very, very high geographically difficult areas. So more recently, we've started considering looking at the biosphere scale and looking at what the private landowner adjacent to or the community-owned property adjacent to a protected area might have to offer. But this is some new thinking in terms of overcoming the perceived hurdle of how to access the biomass. And then also we have once or twice put out a few expressions of interest just to see what it's looking like out there. But we haven't yet had any tangible individuals or groups who have said, right, we want to start. So it's early days and it evolves as we learn and grow in the space. I do want to mention that the other economy, which is incredibly important, is the local livelihood. So in terms of entrepreneurship and contractors or SMMEs, specifically through invasive alien plants clearing and fire breaks in this case, we created 1,130 work opportunities, and that was through the appointment of 17 SMMEs. So those opportunities are very important, and they are more sort of sustainable and direct impact into the local economy adjacent to the protected areas. And then it's also important to note that through the Expanded Public Works Program, we but we appoint contract workers on a 3-year contract. And they obviously also contribute to invasive alien plant clearing. And through that, we are able to employ people in very rural areas and just facilitate income to those households. As it relates to the Cape Piscatorial Society and fly fishing, absolutely that memorandum of agreement is approximately 3 decades old. I would say it commenced in 1992. And our conversations with the Cape Piscatorial Society revolves around equal access and trying to shift exclusivity to inclusivity. So rivers are still accessible to the Cape Piscatorial Society, It's just that if somebody comes to Cape Nature and asks for a permit to access a nature reserve or ask for a fishing license, we will allow them access to the nature reserve. Currently, the Cape Piscatorial Society is run by membership, and if you and how it works is that you would book a section of river. So that 600 to 800 odd meters of river becomes inaccessible to any other party who would like to fish the beat. They call it a beat. So we are looking at, well, in our conversations, or our intention with the Cape Piscatorial Society is looking at how do we facilitate inclusivity. We fully understand carrying capacities, we fully understand sense of place and such that is required, and we understand that disturbance is a key factor when it comes to fly fishing, but how do we facilitate a more inclusive approach? And then also bearing in mind that yeah, we're not denying access. And then secondly, we are promoting no new introductions of trout. So the likelihood of eradicating trout completely from a river is incredibly low and unlikely to happen in our lifetime. However, we are not in favor of reintroducing a trout into a river after a fishing activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Nadi, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Honourable Marais. So I think in terms of the protected area expansion strategy, which was adopted in July in this year, is that a primary informant of it is the Western Cape Biodiversity Spatial Plan. So I'm taking it back to that. So it looks at the whole of the province and sets specific targets for biodiversity attributes, which are at the highest risk or threatened, as Minister indicated, in terms of species. And when we sort of prioritize and pursue that, and the CEO spoke to areas that are natural are actually pursued as opposed to areas that will have a high impact or a high requirement in terms of restoration. The primary restoration activities that have identified relates to alien invasive plants, where those can be removed. But if we're looking at a least cost model, in terms of which areas to pursue for protected area expansion in terms of the strategy, we also consider competing land uses or where those would be more likely or not. And I think the question that you had asked in terms of areas that were lost, whether we've recovered them. So there's a specific example that relates to, and dare I say it, the Drift Sands Nature Reserve, a couple of years ago, which was highly impacted. And it relates to a specific target for biodiversity attributes, specific features, if I can call them, species and ecosystem representation, and whether our spatial plan allows us to achieve that target elsewhere. So whether there are other areas, and they're primarily in the City of Cape Town domain, that would contribute to that. And those would be the ones that we facilitate in the process for protected area expansion, is looking at targeting those areas that are at the highest risk of being lost, but at a least cost model. So that one doesn't select an area that is likely to be lost again due to a competing land use or threat. I'm hoping I'm answering the question, but there are two products that primarily in biodiversity capabilities, we develop these plans with the knowledge products so that we can afford, I think, implementation in that regard. So I hope I've answered the question. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, I know we do need to move on to the next section as well. I see there's a hand from Member Masipa. I'll come to you in a sec. I just want to welcome some of our guests who've joined today from UWC who are visiting. You're very welcome, and also some representatives from the Auditor General's Office who are also here. Thank you so much. I note it's Caroline Cherub, who I think I've actually met before at the Climate Parliament once. So yes, great to have you here, and I hope you are enjoying the deliberations today. Member Masipa, if you have a question on the first section, Part A, please go ahead. And after that, I think we will then move on to the next section. Just to note as well, at 10:30, we will break for a quick coffee.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my questions might be a bit biased towards economic growth and development, as you'll understand. Page 22 on the legislations that are listed, I note the omission of biodiversity tax incentive. Is there a particular reason for that biodiversity tax incentive legislation is not included in that. The other thing is that I did ask a question with regards to the Cape Nature's participation at the upcoming summit in November, which is Investment Summit that is being hosted by the Department of Economic Development and Tourism. The reason I'm asking is that when I read the report and even with the opening remarks of the minister and the DG, HOD, there was quite clear concerns about, the endangered, call it critically endangered species, and also issues of population growth. And again, One Health challenges that they are also, from a transversal point of view, they are really trying to support the province. But I think key issue, Chair, is that obviously Cape Nature plays a critical role in terms of tourism. And as you know, Western Cape is really anchored on tourism in terms of its economy. So the public-private partnership becomes also very critical in ensuring that, we are sustaining our resources of Cape Nature to offer the tourism. And obviously government allocation, as we know, they are dwindling and they are not really increasing on a yearly basis as the challenges are bigger. So I think the question really with regards to the participation of the investment summit that I posed was really to really understand if Cape Nature really wants to take themselves, forward in terms of increasing investment in Cape Nature to ensure that they can really increase the capacity of accommodating more tourism. In accommodation of more tourists in the province, it will mean, economic growth, and economic growth, obviously, we know what it does, it will impact, those areas that have been highlighted by the minister in the opening remark: population growth, critically endangered species, One Health issues, and so forth and so forth. So I just wanted that's the rationale. I thought I should maybe just make it clear, my questioning around, the participation of Cape Nature at the investment summit. Thank you, Chair. But maybe, Chair, the last one. I've got it here, but Dr. Gerber might want to answer it at the next presentation. I do note the Conservation of Agricultural Resource Act, and I know we passed PDAL, Preservation and Development of Agricultural Land Bill. So I just want to know if with obviously PDAL in place, I know there are no regulations in place as yet, is this conservation of agricultural resource still relevant based on what we have at with the new legislation that we passed and it was ascended last year by the president? Thank you, Chair. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Member Masipa. If we don't have any other questions on this section, then I will take the answers from Dr. Naidoo and his team, and then we'll move on to Part B.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Chair. On the action legislation, I'm sure we can we will include the X mentioned, the tax incentive, and we have specifically looked at PIDA and how it overlaps to our work, especially on sharing of information on conservation spatial planning. But to expand on that question, I'm going to go to our General Manager. Maybe he can add Mr. Barry Barnes, where our legal services reside with him, if he wants to add to that. But before I go to Mr. Barnes, on the investment summit, definitely we will be participating working with the head of with HOD Gerber and his team. We do know that ecological infrastructure is on the agenda of the summit, and we will work through our directorate in the department on that. I'm not sure if HOD wants to add to that component before I go to Mr. Barnes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll also ask Marlene to come in on the matter. Absolutely, as part of the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework and Infrastructure Strategy, ecological infrastructure is very much part of that. And we're busy with the work in terms of the implementation plan and the pipeline of projects and preparing those then for investment. So it's part of the portfolio that's been prepared for for alternative and blended financing options at the investment summit. But please, Marlene, if you can add to that.
Thank you, Gerard. And good morning to all. Marlene Larosse, Director for Biodiversity and Coastal Management. Indeed, there is a syndicate or part of a breakaway session which is specifically dealing with environmental sustainability at the Investment Summit. We are engaging currently in the arrangements for that and the detailed agenda. And our two projects specifically compiled in collaboration with Cape Nature. There are others, but I think to highlight the two would be looking at strategic biodiversity offsets, which is part of the protected areas expansion strategy approach, leveraging off provincial immovable assets. And then secondly, a strong focus on water security in terms of ecological infrastructure investment, focused on our strategic water source areas in the province, specifically to address water risk, but also to be directed towards the value chains in the economy that water supports, agriculture, and all sorts of processing as well. So those are the projects which we are working with Cape Nature on and which will form part of the prospectus moving into the Investment Summit. Thanks.
Hans? Morning, Chair, morning, colleagues, and honourable members. Barry Barnes, General Manager for Cape Nature. Merely just to echo what the sentiments of the CEO is, that it's not an exhaustive list of legislation in the annual report. We will obviously look into it and, if need be, include it in the next set of legislation that we will look at for the entity going forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Colleagues, we're now going to move on to part B, and that is from page 26 to page 51. I know we have already covered quite a lot of ground in terms of questions on part A, but if there are any specific questions in terms of the performance information from pages 26 to 51, please feel free to raise those, and please as well, if possible, to cite the page number. Do we have any queries on part B? Member Stoffel, anybody else? Member Van Wyk, and then we'll come to the virtual platform. I've noted Member Constable and Member Masipta. So first up, Member Stoffel.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, MSC, HOD, and department, and also to the members. Good morning. And then a special good morning to our guests in the gallery. Chair, my question is on page 41. You go to table 2, the output of indicators. In program 1, it's in terms of the employment, the EPWP. I can see the Chair, and congratulations on your good performance as Cape Nature. And then also, I must give due where it's needed. I remember the last time when we sit here, when we was here, I had a book of questions. And unbelievable, I've got only 3 questions for this. I mean, we have to give and acknowledge where work has been done. And I want to applaud the department as real. All our queries of last year, you could see there's efforts been done and from the department, and we really appreciate it. And I think the committee should be really proud of you guys. You are doing very well. However, and when I say however, it doesn't mean you are weak again or there's a problem. No, I think it's just that we can look how to deal with the issues furthermore. On page 41, that indicator, in terms of the EPWP, yes, I'm not sure, Chair. I could see there's a plus 194. But my concern is around the absorption of those people. Those people, are they being absorbed? within permanent post within the department. Can we get maybe a kind of feedback on that one? Because I can see it's EPWP, it's temporary work, it's not a permanent work. But how many of them is being absorbed within the system of Cape Nature? And then also, in terms of these figures, I was trying to check on the report, maybe there's an indication, and by previous sittings we have asked to say, where is these people? Baphi baba bantu? So if I can get maybe a response on that one, and what are they doing? Where are they and what are they doing? Where they are. And then also the other thing is that does this totals that we are seeing here, in terms of the employment rate within the Western Cape, how many percentage did that this cover? This total. Then, Chair, I'm not sure, can I proceed? Okay. Then we go to table, also on page 41. We go to the table 3 again, administration and governance. And I'm not sure, just give me 1 second. In terms of the injuries, yes, I have note, Chair, I have note when it comes to administrating governance, the expenditure. I can see what is the reason for this high expenditure? That is one. And my other questions is in other pages. Yeah, for now.
We hold that for now, hey?
Yeah.
Just those ones. Okay. Excellent. It was Member van Beek.
Thanks, Chair. I'm looking at page 51, capital investment, and it perhaps not directly on where you've spent capital at this stage. It's more to what your needs are and what your priorities are, given on the one side the range of risks that you have in terms of looking at the water, looking at the fire side. What do you need further that you perhaps don't have in terms of capital in trying to tackle those type of issues going forward? And I suppose tied into that is, with this investment conference coming, it's perhaps a good time to hang out a wish list in terms of what some foreign donors or foreign investors may wish to put in terms of any offsets or benefits that they may gain out of that. And, I guess it is also, how do you prepare yourself for the future in whether it be on growing the accommodation fleet or other needs that one has from a conservation perspective as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Member van Beek. Dr. Naidoo, Member Constable, I'll come to you for the next round.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to start maybe with the administrative and governance under what looks like high expenditure on that, and there's a reason for that, and Mr. Bart will start with that, and then I will go to the absorption of the EPWP staff, and for that I'll go to Mr. Ishmael on that. Just an introduction to the EPWP. Cape Nature, we've checked the rules, and hopefully we aren't outside of any of the rules, but we employ EPWP staff on a 3-year contract, not a 1-year contract, unlike other programs on that. So we regard them as staff, permanent staff, because they're 3-year contracts on that. We've just had our first year. We're in the first year of those 3 years. So we had a few hundred people join us in March and April. They're going through their mandatory training. And the mandatory training is accredited because that allows them to continue work in the entity, but also then to work in some of the other SMMEs aligned to Cape Nature work that Natalie Haywood spoke up earlier on that, because they are accredited training. So you'll see our budget and our training for the first year is quite large on mandatory training. We do have examples of absorbing EPWP staff into permanent staff. These are what we're very proud of these successes. It is our hope that these are not so thinly spread across the organization, though. We want to make that more of the norm than the exception. But there are examples of these, and Ismail will speak to that, and he will also speak to where are we absorbing and across how many communities are we drawing EPWP staff from. So Mr. Bart, and then Mr. Shiraz will start with that, and then I'll also come back to Mr. Ismail on capital investment and we're looking at in terms of the next few years. But we've worked out, honorable member, what our needs are. For instance, alien invasives. We have been putting in some large proposals together, so we have some fine scale planning around that. At the moment, we're spending about 20 million rand a year, Natalie, on alien invasives, and that gets us to maybe the top 10% of our priorities. We could use 300 million, honorable member, and that will make the alien invasives a huge impact across the province. The immediate return to that would be more water in the natural systems, because alien invasive plants take a lot of water out of the system. Yes, it's a lot, 300 million, but it's certainly maybe much less than building a new dam on that. Also, you get the added advantage of we'll have improved fire breaks all across the province, because aliens will be cleared around fire breaks. We also then have the third advantage, which is it will reduce fire load. When there are runaway fires, there's less fuel for fires to burn, so fires become a lot more manageable if we remove the alien plants. And then core to the Cape Nature mandate, by removing alien plants, we're restoring systems for natural systems, natural ecology, natural biodiversity. So yes, we're talking that we want to move from tens of millions to hundreds of millions of Cape Nature between a provincial government and between partners we're looking at. But the return of investment is at least across 4 returns for the same investment, and we have the detailed planning. The other infrastructure needs, which we applied for last year, was disaster funding. With the floods, we've lost a lot of the access roads. And like the alien invasive plants, access roads, yes, they allow access to Cape Nature reserves and Cape Nature accommodation and Cape Nature gates. It allows us to do our biodiversity work, our surveys work, the access roads, which are more often than not gravel roads in rural areas. But you need these roads as alternative roads during fires. You need these roads to access fires when you're putting out fires. And you need these roads to maintain other fire breaks and to get to alien invasive plants. So you also get multiple returns for the same investment. With the minister's assistance and heads of departments, we were allocated from a special allocation in the adjustment budget, 183 million, which we're working with the Department of Infrastructure to build back better the roads and infrastructure that were damaged in floods in 2023 and 2024. Those projects are underway. We have a priority list of projects, and the actual civil works will now begin from the end of October. We've prioritized within our needs to get to the 183 million immediately, and I have shared this information, so we are ready for the adjustment budget discussions. We would immediately like on the priority projects a further 31 million to move the 183 plus 31 million, which we can have shovel-ready projects for. We also calculated what we will fix and build back better all other damaged roads. These are not only on Cape Nature, but these are rural roads in and around municipalities that also require this hard social and economic infrastructure. We calculated that had been closer to 600 million, and for that we're putting in a further in like the 183, and that will come in the next year through provincial and national treasury. So these are a lot of fine scale, several dozen layered Excel spreadsheets, but we have this detail to talk to for investments and partners on that. So if you want an answer, how much does Cape Nature need? I won't say 1 billion because it's scary. I'll say 980 million. From then we're ready to go. Thank you. But let me go to Mr. Ishmael on that, on the EPWP and on the investment. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. From an EPWP perspective, last year alone, we were able to absorb 8 EPWP staff members into permanent Cape Nature post. And obviously, the idea of the EPWP is to invest in the youth and women, to empower them to seek employment, not necessarily just in Cape Nature, but into the private sector and partner organizations and so forth. I'll give you an example. For example, last year, DOI got a huge amount of money to repair roads in the Cederberg, Algeria. And what happened is because the private sector was paying better rates, we had this major exodus of EPWP staff, which Cape Nature invested and built capacity in, migrating into doing work for private contractors. And I think for us, that's the aim of the project. You know, we are running on, as the CEO has mentioned, on the 25% vacancy rate. So as and when posts do become available within Cape Nature, our EPWP staff do apply and they go through the formal, normal interview process like anyone else. And if they are successful, we do absorb them into the organization. And they come across different levels. We've got participants that started off as EPWP that is now sitting in management positions within Cape Nature. Middle management position. So it's not just the lower end of the spectrum. We actually employ EPWP across the spectrum within the entity. I think we do want to track the exit of EPWP much better, but I mean, it takes a dedicated resource now to find out where people are going, where they're getting employment and so forth. But to a large extent, I think we are investing a lot of money into training and building this capacity so that these individuals are ready for the job market. And it stretches anything from hospitality management to fire management to clearing aliens. So our training program is quite diverse. And we're really just building that capacity for partner organizations and the private sector to absorb. Thank you. And just on communities, last year, we were able to employ the 644 EPWP staff across 69 communities within the Western Cape. Almost 95, 96% of those is in rural communities across the 5 district municipalities. And I think we have provided the committee earlier this year with a detailed report of where those what the district municipalities are, and also the towns where these individuals come from. But if needs be, we can always refresh that report. Thank you.
Thanks so much for those comprehensive answers. I note Member Constable. Is there anybody else in the member? All right. Member Constable, we'll take you first, and then we'll come to Member Murray. Member Constable.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, on page 28.
Sorry, Member Constable, I don't want to interrupt you. I heard earlier, I think there might be something in front of your microphone that's muffling it a bit because it was coming and going a bit. If you can just try to see if it's clear so we can just make sure we hear you 100%.
Chair, no, it was my mic, but I took it off. Can you hear me now?
Oh, we can hear. It's a bit muffled, but we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Chair, on page 28, with regards to the ICT, the paragraph said ICT governance remain in focus during the reporting period. Can can Cape Nature maybe explain or elaborate on that one? And also, when they do that, can they just give us a synopsis with regards to the standard operating procedures? What it entails, and how does it assist the entity with regards to ICT in general? Second question with regards on page 30, with regards to the integrated catchment, the report mentioned that they've done water quality assessments on 19 rivers. How was this assessment done? Was it done through consultants, or are they doing it themselves? And also the impact, how did it impact on the flooding that they mentioned in the report? Does it assist? And when the reports was done and the assessment is available, are they using that information to do the work on the specific rivers that they did the assessment? Page 31, with regards to work opportunities, Chairperson, they mentioned that 33 SMMEs were used. What was the key services that these SMMEs were given to the entity? And also, what was the quality of services? Is there a report? Is there a monitoring and evaluation system that they use to monitor these SMMEs? And are they happy with the services of the SMMEs? Last question, Chair, and Member van Wyk already asked one part of the question, but my part is with regards to the projects completed. In those timeframes, were there any delays in those project plans? What was the delays? If not, what is the lessons learned from those specific projects? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Constable. Member Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, just referring to page 51 in terms of revenue collection. I see revenue collection is the shortest section in the whole report. I would have liked to have seen a more extended revenue collection outlay. But my question is just in terms of when the department or when Cape Nature estimates income. See, you estimated income, but you're always getting it wrong because there's always an under collection in terms of fees. So what do your criteria, or what do you look at in determining your estimated revenue? Then in terms of the factors that resulted in the under collection, it's not stated anywhere here. I'd like to just get an understanding of that. And then in terms of the government grant versus own revenue generated, would have liked to know the relation between the two and whether Cape Nature's own revenue generation has increased or whether that has decreased in relation to what government gives you. Just so that I can have a better understanding. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Naidoo.
Thank you, honourable members. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, member, for the ICT governance, because I just remembered that CFO Bart didn't reply to your first question, which relates to governance and overspend, and the overspend largely, in my mind, but CFO will confirm, around ICT. Mr. Bart, if you could take the questions on from honourable member on the over expenditure, but also ICT, the SOPs, and the revenue generation estimate. And then I will come back to the river estimates for the river assessments for Ms. Purse, and the SMMEs for Ms. Hayward, and possibly the projects that we've completed for Mr. Ishmael. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO, and thank you, members, for the questions. I think the expenditure question and the revenue question is actually quite linked. The challenges we have as public entities in completing these sections of the tables is that the budget information is on the cash basis, where the actual information which agrees to the financial statements is on the accrual basis. And because of those differences, it creates seemingly disparities in terms of under collection of revenue, whereas if you look at the financial statements, we actually overperformed in terms of our revenue collection. So that's in terms of the revenue. The same with the expenditure. The over expenditure is not real over expenditure. It's actually GRAP adjustments that have to be done for the financial statements related specifically to the GMT transactions and services in kind, which are passed within that specific cost center. And those adjustments are non-cash items which are not budgeted for. So that's why it creates this apparent over expenditure in these tables. But if you go to the financial statements, you'll see there's no over expenditure. The entity had some savings, and there was actually under expenditure with regards to capital on that perspective, which were committed at year end. Then the same with the revenue. There's no actual under collection of revenue. It's again, the budget is done on the cash basis, where the actual is on the accrual basis. So, and particularly with regards to revenue, if we've earned revenue in the previous financial year in terms of cash, but we're spending it in this financial year, you've got to budget it in your budget because you've got to balance your budget. So you've got to put it in your budget as a revenue to be collected, but you've collected it in the previous year. So this creates certain timing differences that make these tables look quite odd, unfortunately, until at such time that the budget process in government changes to an accrual basis, which is, I know the Accounting Standards Board is looking at it. They're working on a project throughout the world and assessing these things. But until such time, you, as public entities, you're going to find these disparities between what's in these tables versus what's in the financial statements. And with regards, coming back to the ICT governance question in terms of how that helps, we have a very robust ICT governance environment as a public entity. We take it seriously. It's still maturing, it's still growing. We have a number of policies and processes. We've got our ICT governance framework in place. We've got security frameworks in place. And these help us to ensure that we can firstly prevent, mitigate, and detect any issues from an ICT perspective. And we keep our ICT environment maintained. Obviously, having to have 40 sites plus minus connected onto a network, over 500 users and devices that need to be done. And as a small public entity, you have to ensure you've got proper SOPs in place that allows you to manage the access to the networks, access to the systems, data security, all those aspects are important. So that's why you need to have ICT governance in place.
Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Chair. In addition, because of ICT and there's always risk associated, we do have one independent board member that is focused specifically on expertise around ICT governance and ICT risk, and that advises us on threats. And we do track threats. The entity, like all other government institutions, does receive attacks, impersonations, including impersonations on behalf of the CEO, and that gets tracked on that. In terms of governance split, government grant was own revenue. The entity runs at about 470 million, excluding partnerships and in-kind. Of that, we have generated between 50 and 70 million, closer to 70 million last year. It is a discussion I've had with Minister to elevate. Yes, we'd like to grow that. We'd like to grow at least on 7% in terms of our strategic planning per year. With the Cape Nature income offerings, we always have to assume that we know what's going to happen with the floods and the fire season on that, or the rainy season. Our income does dip during the winter months because of there's no subjective good or bad weather months. It's just the Cape weather months on that. But few people go out during winter, so we do make up in the summer. It's about increasing our offering during the winter months on maybe niche getaways, conferences, and things like this. There's a larger discussion that I'm hoping also to have at the national level through Minister at the MINTEC and MINMEC engagements. Cape Nature manages 5 of the 6 strategic water sources in the province. We remove alien plants, we manage those, we return water to the streams. That water is available for all water-based industries, the agricultural sector, the beverage sector, the farming sector. So it's commerce and food security. We don't have any visitors visiting the strategic water sources. So it's not an income generation aspect. We have to look at it because that's our job in terms of biodiversity, ecological infrastructure. At the moment, if I look at rough figures, Minister receives about 1% of the provincial budget. If that's doubled to 1.5 to 2%, we'd be able to do return a lot more water from the strategic water sources. But that's not an income generation activity. I've tried to motivate, should we consider a 5-cent tax on every liter that Cape Nature returns? And then I get the reactions that are on that. But so the discussion on ecological goods and services, which all of society needs, but especially the vulnerable. If you look at informal settlements, if there's running water going past and they're accessing running water, the disease profile on running water versus stagnant water is just so much different on that. And so if people can have, and you can't have too much of water, the right amount of water, that's not a danger, not threat. Running water also damages topsoil. So we have to look at that. But those are all ecological infrastructure discussions and not revenue discussions, unless it's a 5-cent per megaliter return by Cape Nature, which I'm happy to continue the discussion with on that. Then on SME services, it's difficult because it's spread across a few of the working areas. But Natalie, if you can talk to what we use SME services for, and generally, what is the quality of the service that we enjoy from the SMMEs? And then I'll come to you on the projects complete. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, CEO. So on the SMMEs or the services delivered, I think what helps is that we have a biodiversity mandate. So as it relates to invasive and plant clearing or disaster risk reduction, as it relates to fire break maintenance, as it relates to maintenance of trails and roads and jeep tracks, definitely those are some of the streams in which SMMEs are employed. And then in the ecotourism and access component, there's a very large requirement for laundry, cleaning, servicing of our accommodation units. The Whale Trail is a prime example of a service delivered in an ecotourism and access component. And then, of course, several of our sites do require security as well, or gate guards. So those are kind of the key areas in which the SMME business opportunity is created or required as it relates to our needs. And then in terms of quality, we are governed by our contracts management framework. So if there is a scenario where there is a challenge with the quality of the work, we can institute a process to correct or address the challenge that we face. And that is obviously also governed by our relationship with SMME is also governed by an SLA, service delivery agreement, which also enables us to address quality. And then as it relates to the specific work in field, for example, invasive and clearing or maintenance of a road or a trail, we do implement inspections before, during, and after the job to make sure that the quality standard is maintained. So what I'm saying is we try to put processes in place that quality assurance occurs throughout the working contract as opposed to at the end. So in our experience, when a contract is closed through a performance report, we can generally say, yes, we are happy with the quality because we implement processes during the term of the contract to make sure that we don't have instances of inferior quality after the fact. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Just on the capital investments, the things that does impact on those project timelines is definitely floods. We've experienced that last year, where we had to delay a number of our interventions, either because contract couldn't access those sites due to flooding events. We also have technical components that delay project implementation, specifically stuff like solar, where you have to import or waiting on solar panels or inverters coming from another country, going through customs and all of those things. So those all impact on those type of capital investment projects. Last year, we had a situation where I would like community unrest. That does also impact. We had a contractor on-site putting up a fence, and they were literally almost held hostage, threatened, removed off site. They want to be consulted. Cape Nature must engage. Luckily, in that instance, we were able to meet with those community members and explain why the fencing is necessary and so on. And then there's also the unknowns, especially around your technical engineering aspects. We're busy building a community footbridge at one of our reserves, Hottentots, Holland, where when the engineers went onto site, they discovered there's hard bedrock, which now requires a different solution to what we originally proposed. So those, in essence, those are all fundamental things that does impact on project rollout, project delays. We do have service level agreements with the service providers, and we look at it on a case-by-case basis. Does the delay, is it justified? Is it warranted? And 9 out of 10 times, it's just an extension of time and not necessarily an extension of cost to the entity. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Colleagues, I have noted the hands of Member Masipa and Member Stoffel. I do not wish to curtail anybody's questions or opportunities to ask questions, but I just want to make members aware it is now 20 to 10. We are going to break for coffee at 10:30, and we are only on part B now of Cape Nature. We still have to do another part, and then after that, we will go through the environmental affairs and development planning aspect and the other items on our agenda, and we do only have the chamber until 1 o'clock. So feel free to ask your questions, but can I just ask, if possible, if we can try to keep them concise and perhaps the answers as well, just in the interest of time. Member Masipa, I'll take you first, and then I'll take Member Stoffel in the chamber after that. Member Masipa.
Chair, mine is very short, and thank you very much. Chair, let me also join you and welcome the delegates from UWC and Dula Omar Institute that are with us today. I'm also delighted to say welcome to Caroline Shirop, who is a colleague at Climate Change Parliament. She is a procedural officer for the Parliament of Kenya. And welcome, Caroline. To echo Honorable Stoffel's comment on the reports that we have before us, I must also commend Dr. Naidu and Dr. Loksha's work that they have done. Chair, my comment is on, or my statement will focus on page 34. And I must just say that well done on Program 4, Ecotourism and Access. Cape Nature achieves a 17% year-on-year growth for 2024-2025 financial year, generating 77 million rands, which is really a significant amount of money. But what I just thought maybe, Chair, is very important. We are having delegates with us from many parts of the continent in the gallery. So, and the entity really indicate that they successfully planned and executed 11 APP marketing campaigns. Isn't this an opportunity that maybe, Chair, you allow the entity to really talk to this 11 APP marketing campaigns, so that our delegates at the in the auditorium, they can also, know a bit about the Cape Nature, and maybe they will also use the opportunity to come back to the Western Cape and enjoy the tourism using Cape Nature as one of the areas that they will visit. Thank you, Chair.
Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, in terms of my first questions, I'm not really comfortable. Yes, partly been covered, but partly not been covered. And it's, I understand if the official is saying that he have sent that information to the members. That information have to be explained to us. Remember, you just sent a document to us, and there's questions that we wanted to be clarified on that. Hence, it's coming back now here. Now, I would then suggest, maybe as a standing committee further, we can then take up that discussion, because you didn't answer me in terms of how did that affect the unemployment rate. I didn't hear you answer me on that one. So I wanted to be answered on that one. And even if I'm not stereotyped today, we can take it to the committee, but we need answers on that. And then the other one was to say, in terms of the answer that you gave in a lighter note is that you said you sent to the districts. We want that information, the breakdown from the districts to that rural areas, because we don't see those people. We recently had a program from environmental, whereby a stipend is 5,000 rand, whereby there was a small anyana criteria for our kids. And could you believe, no one in the rural areas from our kids could qualify for that. We have to get people from Limpopo, people of which we don't have a problem with that, because it's South Africa. But we want to see the difference from this entity in terms of assisting us with the unemployment within our areas, with our kids. And we didn't see that. We can't trace that pattern. So hence I'm saying we need a deeper discussion and a deeper explanation around it to say how it works really when it comes to a district level. And then also, I understand in terms of the explanation for the high expenditure, but that's not enough. Chair, we can go into a closed session before we start, like other committees, where we see this evidence. We are not saying there's a kind of corruption, but we want to be clear. You are saying some of these things is in accruals, and then some was in the statement, but there's no proof of that. We cannot just take, you understand? We are not saying you are lying. We are not saying there's some discrepancies, no. But it's just proper when you can say, let's go to this here, it is. That action justify this action. This one justify that one. And if we have to go to in a closed session, let's go into that, because we are talking about money here. You understand? And I think it will then answer our questions, because I was also worried to say why our revenue will be only one line. We understand in terms. So it gives some space for interrogation on that. So thanks, Chair. I just wanted to raise that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Member Storffel, for those. And I think we also have a nice opportunity maybe later this afternoon when the Public Accounts Committee is going to sit. I'm aware that is a closed session, so perhaps you could attend that and maybe ask those questions in that session. Yeah. But that's maybe an opportunity for that. I'm going to allow the answers now, and it's requested if we can try keep them brief. I know there was a request from Member Masipa for a broader expansion on the marketing strategy. I don't know if we can get into too much detail now, but maybe just a brief answer on that for the benefit of the members and the other questions, and then we'll move on to the final part of the report after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the accounting questions, we're happy to expand on that in opportunity in the afternoon session to show balancing actions. It's got a bracket here. Why is the bracket here? Where is it explained elsewhere? We can certainly provide that. And in addition, Chair, at the committee's discretion, we can find the time to explain the EPWP, which municipalities, which are the 60 or 69 communities we draw from, what is the impact against the unemployment rates in those communities. It's a very small percentage, honourable member, but in those communities, there are not many other opportunities. So some of the smaller, more rural communities, we believe that Cape Nature does play an important employment role in EPWP and in the SMME work that we contribute in terms of other alternatives that are available in very small communities, rural areas, in and around the reserves. So we can find the time for that. On the marketing, the 11 marketing ones are on page 34. Just briefly, we do try and look at sectors or parts of the citizens, the demographic of citizens that we don't normally attract on that, and look at winter periods, opening up more to senior citizens who are more flexible in and around. We don't really have an issue around weekends and public holidays and school holidays, but how do we fill the spaces in terms of our targeting marketing for those other areas, winter months, weekdays during the work part of the terms, and those where that's where the marketing does come in. We also looked at the gift vouchers, which are increasing around that, especially during the festive seasons. There is a marketing campaign now under what we're calling the 12 festive days. 12 days Christmas for gift vouchers, so we can do that. But it's really looking at when we look at our mapping and our where are the vacancies or where's the empty beds or reduced number of gate entrance. We specifically targeted gate entrance, and we saw the increase last year on that, day visitors. Around that, our day entrance are now equal income to our overnight income, and it's slightly increasing for this year as well. But it's the idea of looking around the whole year and then targeting those 11 marketing to try and fill those areas where there are dips, and also exposing the different Cape Nature offerings. The challenge of Cape Nature is that because we're not in the city, it's about making attractive a whole day trip out, because it involves 1 to 3 hours of drive for the closest ones, or then offering another aspect if it's overnight in the Cedarburg or further areas. How do we get people to say, well, it's worth the drive? So our marketing then features around those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Nadi. Okay, so colleagues, we're now going to move on. I see Member Constable's got his hand up. Is that a legacy hand, Member Constable, or is there a burning question on this section that you still would like to ask?
Not a legacy and not a burning question. Just still waiting for an answer with regards to the integrated catchments.
Okay. There you go.
Thank you, Honourable Constable, for the question. And I think we're asking in terms of the, like, what is monitored and what does it mean in terms of water quality? So I think the perspective in terms of water quality is that it's from a biodiversity perspective. So we're not looking at water quality from a science composition perspective, but in terms of the macroinvertebrate assemblages. So basically the bugs that are on the water are indicators of water quality. So in water that comes from the mountain areas that is clear, you would find certain species of mayflies which would be absent when the water has a high turbidity. So that's the easiest way of explaining how it is monitored. So we do deploy scientists and technicians and also field rangers on reserves to do this quality. And if you followed us on Facebook, you would see that we also do a lot of training in terms of children, because the mini SAS, which is the scoring system that we use, is interpretable for school children to be able to use to look at water. So that's sort of what the system is that we use to look at those rivers. In terms of the water output from areas that we manage up in the mountain catchments, to get to a state where we can say that the actions that are happening in the catchment areas are not impacting. And in this case, it specifically highlights floods, because it's not an action by us, but it does increase runoff. Hence, it increases the turbidity. And I think the question relates to, it's about the recovery of those systems and whether they are recovering after the floods. So that is what we are monitoring, and that's why it highlighted at the time of the report, so at the end of March, is that the Maatjies Rivier in terms of the Cedarburg flooding and the De Toys Kloof River in terms of the Lamietberg Boland, flooding, still had signs of high turbidity. So that's sort of what it is telling us at that. But it doesn't indicate a total loss of the biodiversity potential, because from upstream where the rivers are clear, we are monitoring in terms of that process and when should one intervene in terms of excessive sedimentation for the water output. Thank you.
Fascinating. So I enjoyed this committee so much. You learn something every time we meet. All right, colleagues, section or part D is from pages 76 to 81. It's a very short section. I am now going to open up for any questions on human resource management and that component. Is there anybody from the committee who would like to ask a question? Raise your hand. So we've got Member Stoffel. Looks like the only question. So Member Stoffel, you can ask your question. Just pop your mic on there.
Part what?
Part D. So that is, yeah. So that's from page 76 to page 81.
All right. There's only one question I want to ask, and that's about health and safety environment issue. And that is on page, I know you have directed us in terms of the pages, but this question is on page 68. If I just want to find something out with the entity.
Yeah, I think, Chair, Member Stoffel, from the
No, I
chair,
can't be.
from the chair directly to you. Member Stoffel, I think that's maybe a question that will need to be asked in the session this afternoon, if you can attend
No,
that.
it's not about finances. It's not. It's about what they have mentioned previously.
Okay,
So I just want to
All right.
around a safety issue.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they have mentioned they are responsible for the safety of the community, the tourists and whatever in terms of fires and those and
Okay,
those.
that's fine. You can ask the
But
question.
there's a new challenge, and I just want to check with them. Are they aware also, and it
Yes.
affects the safety of our people,
Sure. So,
including our tourists?
yes, so member, you're
It's a
welcome.
new
Sorry, member,
challenge.
just hang on a second. You're welcome to ask the question, and I'll leave it up to Dr.
Yes.
Naidu as to how he wishes to respond. All right.
Please, thank you, Chair, for granting me that. I'm not sure whether they are aware in terms of the safety of our communities, including our tourists. We've got a new thing now, and that is snakes. Our people is dying of snakes here, especially in the rural areas. What is happening is too dry, and that snakes want water, and they're coming to the houses now. They're coming to the bed and breakfasts of the people, and that's not good for our tourists. Because the moment they say, nee, that's the veel slange, ek gaat die son toe nie," you know? And so I just wanted to know, because the municipalities currently, they are dealing with the situation, but they don't have trained people who can catch that snake. And that is the risk that we are facing now. And the hospitals currently, they don't have that anti-venom. So if a person on a rural area has been bitten by a snake, jy kan verwag dat persoon can die about it. So I just want to check with them, because they are coming now from, because you are working with most these inheemse species waar julle mos nou kap en bosse skoon maak. So hulle kom huise toe now. So I just want this department to look into that matter and to come and work together with the municipality and check how best can they deal with that issue, because it's starting to escalating now, and I don't think it's good for our communities, for our towns, and so whatever. Thanks, Chair. That's the only thing.
Thank you, Member Stoffel. So that, I mean, that wouldn't be related directly to human resource management, but I'm sure Member Dr. Naidu would be happy to answer on snakes, because I'm sure it's something that you have to deal with on a regular basis as well.
Thank you. Short answer. Natalie, if you could just nod your head. All of our reserve staff are trained in the handling of snakes. So most Cape Nature staff, all reserve staff, including managers and people on the ground, EPWP staff, all of them are trained in the handling of snakes for people visiting the park and for adjacent communities on that. Mr. Barnes has been trying to get me on a snake handling course as well, but I come from KZN, so I'm a little slow to get there, but I will get there. But all of Cape Nature staff, that includes several hundreds of people, are trained. I'm just going to go to Coral briefly, if you can say, Coral, from the science summary point of view, has snake incidences increases between the reserves and municipalities? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I think that if one follows social media, one would see that there's a lot more incidents of snake prevalence in areas. And in the context of what Cape Nature does, so Ashley has mentioned that on reserve we have trained people, but we also have a small proportion of people who do work off nature reserves in terms of compliance and enforcement work. And they are also trained people, but we also authorize permits for private companies who are snake catchers. So there are several of them that operate. And I think, Honourable Stoffel, in terms of the where we are and where this might happen, if one thinks of the Beaufort West area, we don't really have staff there to service that. But I do think it is something that if it's prevalent in those areas, that if it's reported to our officials who manage the office from Oudtshoorn, that it is looking at where does one extend the training, as it relates through the stakeholder engagement programs that we have. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you very much for that response. I must say, as politicians, we're all used to dealing with snakes, but different type of snakes. Member Marais?
Mr. Chair, I don't have a question on snakes today, but just in terms of the HR section, I know that there has been 72.1% in terms of page 82 or table 22 reasons for staff leaving. Just in terms of that figure 495, which is 72.1% of the percentage of the number of staff leaving. Logic tells me that the majority of them are unskilled or semi-skilled. And in terms of the contract and the management of contracts, that particular process, the impact it has on the workflow or on the workload that must be done. Are these contracts all ending at the same time? Is it something that's a fixed period, or is there an overlay of that you have worked into contracts? And just in terms of that, and then the 152 resignations, which is 22.1%, that particular resignations, are those also EPW workers, or are they actually highly skilled individuals in your space? Thank you.
Dr. Naidu?
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm going to allow Mr. Barnes to.
Sorry, Dr. Naidu, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I know Member Stoffel's got a follow-up question, so let me just take that as well, and then we can take them together, because I think those will be the last two. Yeah, Member Stoffel? Just your mic there. Yeah.
Page 70, Chair. Annual IOD comparison. Can we then have an explanation for that IODs? Alles baie basering aan diens.
Sorry, Member Stoffel, I think you're on part C.
Oh,
Yeah, that's page
71.
70. Yeah, so we're on page
70.
Yeah, so we're on part D, which is page 76 to page 81. So you're referencing page 70, which is part C. So we're not dealing with part C now, only part D.
Oh, part D.
Okay, all right. So Dr. Naidu, just in terms of the first question then.
Okay, then on.
Oh, you've got another one. Okay.
Yeah, then even on page 63, am I still in?
63 is also part C. Yeah, so it's
so slow.
Yeah, so it's fine, no problem. So page 76 to page 81 are the ones we're dealing with. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the other ones you can deal with this afternoon if you want to attend that one. Okay. Is there anything from page 76 to 81?
No.
No. Okay. Dr. Naidu, then that first question from Member Marais.
Mr. Barnes, we can confirm the resignations around if they are affect EPWP and some background. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, CEO. Just in response to the question on the 495 and the expiry of the contract, so that is the EPWP program. We do a bulk intake, and we do try to stagger the intake. However, it will obviously be, determinations will be effective in a specific quarter because the funding runs for a specific period. We give them, the EPWP staff, a 3-year contract, and at the end of the 3 years, majority of those contracts come to an end. Does that make sense? Okay. And then in terms of the 152, the resignations, yes, majority of that is 115 EPWP staff, as well as 37 board staff that resigned during that period under review.
Right. Thank you, colleagues. So that finalizes all 3 parts that we have put to the committee today for input and responses. I just want to say a big thank you to Cape Nature and the team, both obviously for attending, but also for providing such comprehensive answers. I really think the quality of the responses is something to be noted and applauded. Thank you, Dr. Naidi. Is there anything that you would like to say in conclusion from your side?
To the chair and to the committee, thank you for noting the improvement. I've already noted that our next annual report, we will provide at least half a page of detail on EPWP and where we're coming from. So hopefully that question is answered before we come on that. We will get better on that. And thank you again to the standing committee and for your questions and for the linkages made with the other committees. And finally to Minister, the HOD and the department for their support. They are by far our #1 funder. So we thank you for them and their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Naidi and your team. Colleagues, we are now going to allow Cape Nature to recuse themselves if they wish. And also we're going to break a little bit early for our coffee. It is ready apparently, so everyone is welcome to come and join us as well. And if we can be back at 10:20, that's in 15 minutes time, to start with the next section. Thank you.
Hey. Hey.
Oh, ek kan nie meer nie. Ek kan nie meer nie. Oh, alles. Aggressiewe slange.
Member Van Beek.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to really compliment the department on the work that's been done on the one side on the environmental and the other on the planning side, with the number of various projects and initiatives that they are undertaking, that then obviously spin through into the municipal level and are promoting that level of one on the planning side and ultimately having impact on the economic development side. And I think it's perhaps if we can get a very short cook's tour on some of the work that's been done there. And I suppose the question that I have really relates to the progress that is being done at the provincial level to promote the change and the development, whether it be on the housing type of side, and the amount of cooperation and working together. And I then almost question the extent to and the speed with which municipalities are following on this. To me, it does seem that the municipalities are not moving at that pace and that one's not getting a collaborative or a coordinated type of approach, and how that can then be improved to get everyone to that level of speed in terms of the challenges that we face. And I'm just paging through the document now, and you look at all of the various factors that one is busy with. So to me, look at growth potential study and et cetera, that we really need to try and promote a greater level of collaboration in what we're doing. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Van Beek. I note Member Constable online.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, let me start by saying it is very difficult for one to read the report because of the current format of this report. And I apologize upfront because looking through the report and the questions, now you have to ask a question on a certain page and then refer to a page at another, let's say part B or part C, because the information is almost the same. It's a repeat of certain information. And I know you very strict when you ask a question that is not part of the current discussion of the specific section. So allow me to then maybe ask the department to carefully edit the report with regards to the clearness of the information of the overview of the department activities. But let me start with the questions, Chair. Are we on part? Let me ask, are we on part A now?
Yes, sir. We are on part A.
Right,
part A comprising page 4 to page 40.
Yes. All right. Let me then start on page 1313 with regard to the section 24G. The department have received 27 section 24G applications, 29 administrative fines were issued, 41 fines were paid. So my question is, Chair, with regards to this, let me just, can the department then indicate how likely it is for section 24G applications to be refused and the applicant to be required to restore the environment, their development despoiled? 2, how likely is it for developers who did not enter apply for approval to remain undetected and therefore not face the expense of applying for either an EIA or Section 24G approval. Then also, what are the comparative cost implications for obtaining an environmental impact study or EIA and proper licensing prior to constructing as opposed to applying for a Section 24G permit afterwards? Is the size of a Section 24G fine sufficient to discourage illegal developments? And how often is a Section 24G fines recalculated to ensure these fines are a sufficient deterrent to illegal developers or development? So let me first stop there. I have some other questions also on page 13, but let me first stop here and then I will continue in the second round.
Thank you very much. AGD Gerber, Minister.
Thank you very much, members, for those questions. Firstly, I'm going to ask the Chief Director Fezeka Mabusela and maybe also Helena Jacobs, Director, to come in terms of some of our municipal support and provincial planning work. But my own initial response, there was a recent parliamentary question to Minister in terms of the work that we're doing specifically with municipalities in terms of urbanization and what the information is showing in terms of urbanization into the future. And there's a lot of work that's underway from our mandate as the Provincial Planning Authority, but also as the Environmental Authority and the integrated processes that we follow. So we are busy with the new Western Cape Spatial Development Framework, which for the province in terms of the regional planning, we're framing certain issues and we're doing a research and pulling research together. But a lot of the work is then with the other departments, with the national organs of state, with the municipalities in terms of where we're coming from, where we're at and where we're going. And a lot of the work then focuses in on the department's role in terms of oversight and support and cooperative governance with the municipalities. In the province, the provincial strategic plan, the new 5-year plan, and many of the Western Cape strategies, whether the growth for jobs strategy, whether the work that's underway in terms of the Western Cape water resilience strategy, that will be launched later this month, at the end of this month. All the work inside there in terms of the infrastructure work, which we have touched on. And a lot of that is in partnership and joint ownership, co-design by different departments. Although Minister is leading in terms of many of that areas of work, and myself in support as HOD, it's with other departments. So very specifically with the Department of Infrastructure in terms of the infrastructure framework and strategy and implementation plan. Lots of work underway with the Department of the Premier and Provincial Treasury and Department of Local Government in terms of the integrated planning and budgeting ongoing review processes. And then related to that work is the work with the municipalities. And maybe to ask Fezeka and Helena just to touch on some of the municipal support work in terms of spatial development frameworks, capital expenditure frameworks, housing market studies, and related work. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, and good morning, everyone. My name is Fezeka Mabusela. Thanks, HOD. I think you well covered in terms of the broad overview of the work that we are doing in the municipal space from the development planning side. In terms of the municipal spatial development framework support, we've been assisting the municipalities in the development and also in the processes of approving their MSDFs. The department does make a comprehensive comments in terms of that, just guiding the municipalities to ensure that the MSDFs are aligned to both provincial, national, and the district level spatial planning agenda. We have, as you will see in this in the report, had a few municipalities that had reviewed their MSDFs under the review period, and the department has been assisting them in that space. The capital expenditure framework the capital expenditure framework support is to also ensure that the SDFs are not only just spatial plans, but are also backed by a portfolio of pipeline of capital projects, and to also assist the municipalities to align that planning with their own budgeting processes, and ensuring that there is like infrastructure projects that are linked to the spatial development frameworks. And that has been also one of our, I would call it almost flagship projects that we are very passionate about to support the municipalities. And the capital expenditure frameworks have also been instrumental in also informing our own provincial infrastructure strategy and framework in terms of bringing in all those pipelines of capital projects. In terms of the implementation of the Western Cape inclusionary housing market framework, we have been working also with municipalities. We had a very successful round one of that inclusionary housing market studies that we did. And I think one of them best practice would be in Stellenbosch, and the wonderful thing about the inclusionary market studies is that it is actually intentionally ensuring that there is integration in terms of the gap housing market demand into the areas of what would we call affluent areas. So it is encouraging the municipalities to work together with the private sector in terms of opening access to housing opportunities within areas that would otherwise be inaccessible, and that also supports our spatial transformation agenda and goals. I think HOD, maybe I'll just let Helena to take over there. But I also would like to let Kobus make some comments in terms of the support that we are also giving to municipalities in terms of land use management. I think that has been, since the SLUMA enactment, been one of the areas that the municipalities needed support in terms of the MPTs, which is the tribunals that the municipalities have to set up, and also their appeal authorities. This is one of the other areas that we have been very involved in terms of ensuring that governance structures are in place in the municipalities, and providing support as training and also participating in those processes. So I would also like that Kobus has a bite on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson, through you, HOD. Thank you, members and member, for the question. If I understand the question correctly, it's kind of, in my own mind, provinces moving at a pace, and we're innovating. And are the municipalities keeping up, and what are we doing to bring them along with us? And I don't know if that's kind of a correct interpretation of the question. And I think, thank you, Sidi Mabusela, for just giving us a broad overview of some of the actions we're doing there. But I think importantly is for us to perhaps just, in this annual report shows that, is to reflect on the kind of actions that we are undertaking to support our municipalities. Some of those are certainly on data sharing, information sharing, and intelligence sharing. The growth potential of town study, for instance, is an important product, and it's been in the province for over a decade. But it's to really share with municipalities, if we compare you with each other, who is faring better and who's got better growth potential, where are the gaps? So it's a very focused support to say, if you want to stimulate or encourage growth, go and focus on whatever the components are, where your shortcomings or gaps are, or where your competing neighboring municipalities are doing better than what you're doing. That kind of thinking goes into, for instance, some of the intelligence and data sharing and economic data that we're sharing. We use a number of platforms for that. We reflected on it yesterday. We use acronyms like SIMON, Timon, and DABAS, but that's strategic engagements with our municipalities. It's technical engagements. It's the Indaba discussions around operationalizing some of our joint planning initiatives that we have with municipalities. And those initiatives are all captured into what we call a joint working plan between our department, Provincial Treasury, and the Department of Local Government. And it's a differentiated approach. So for the growth municipalities, there's a different discussion in those rooms versus the municipalities that may require further developmental work. So I think it's important that we understand the differentiated nature of that and the type of discussions, planning, budgeting support that we deliver, but also important work that Tia and her team is doing, making sure that the IDPs of the municipalities are ready so that it can receive our sector initiatives and our department's own work that we're doing in the municipality. So it's a maturity discussion that we're also having there. I do think that two last things I'm going to say without being comprehensive about this is we use the platforms and our municipal support to share important information such as the provincial infrastructure investment, our pipeline of projects and investments. And those land in the IDPs, and the municipal finance departments and the infrastructure departments, engineering departments can then have the discussions to align the infrastructure or the services investments that needs to happen. And that is important work that we are doing collaboratively in the province and through our department support work. But having said this, we attended the MTEX last week on the portfolios of the PSPs, the safety and the environmental health educations, G4J economic, but also the ICG, the innovation, governance and culture, MTEX. And the more one thinks about this, I do believe there's work for us to do from an ICG point of view, because we know, for instance, in the growth potential study, and we've just done a state of development planning report as well, leadership is a determining factor and governance maturity is critically important, but the culture and the innovation aspects thereof are the what we call multipliers. So you can have all the preconditions for growth. If you don't have that leadership and you don't have the innovation capabilities, you're not going to optimize that space. So maybe there is, and there's one of the flagships in the ICG portfolio that speaks to integrated collaborative planning, and that joint initiative of PT, DEDP, and DLG, I think is a project that's going to be on a flagship that's going to be really important member with regards to making sense of that pace at which the municipalities need to keep up and the support work that will be required. Thank you. And maybe Quibus can speak to assessing the planning readiness and just noting Alan is also online if there is a need to engage on the housing market studies and SDFs.
Thank you, Chair. Member van Wyk for the question. I don't want to take too much time, and I like to suggest, with permission of my HOD, that we actually address the standing committee on the work that we've done in this area. We've just completed a spatial planning and land use management governance assessment report of all our municipalities. In other words, how are they performing across approximately 31 key performance indicators. And then in that process to identify where the provincial department should focus our attention and support to those municipalities who may struggle a bit. And then also identify who's our strong municipalities, so that we can, through peer learning, learn from each other. We've got this successful forums where we share best practice. I think it is going, Honourable Member van Wyk, I think it's going fairly well with our municipalities. It's now exactly 10 years since the legislation has been introduced. You've just been part of the first amendment of that legislation during the past month. But I would like to suggest that we take you through the results of that report, and you can see which are our municipalities that are doing well and where we still have problems, and what is the reason for those problems, what areas are there, some municipalities that are still lagging. That report is just been completed, and through my HOD, I'd like to suggest that we do that. The municipalities themselves are very interested in the results, and we are sharing it with them. It's always very sensitive. We give our undertaking to the municipalities that we will not necessarily share the information far and wide, because some may want to brag and some are not feeling so good about their results. And in this space, people can lose their jobs over things like this. But we need to provide this to the standing committee, the report, as well as maybe a presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And these areas that were spoken to, we did earlier touch on the fact that in terms of coherence by the whole of government, and whether we all both aligned in space, in terms of the spatial targeting and what we're picking up in terms of the best data that we have, but also the needs of the citizen, the risk profiles, opportunity profiles, but also whether we're aligned in sequence. So that is a big part of the discussions in terms of our responsiveness collectively, and then also listening to the needs of the municipality. So what is it that they're also saying? We can see what the data is saying, but what are the mayors and the municipal managers and the officialdom also telling us? But the IDP processes every year that we participate in every year, is also where we hear the voice of the citizen, of the residents, because all that information that comes from the public participation by the municipalities and the different forums that are set up, we all engaging with that and all listening to that and collectively responding to that. I have touched on ecological infrastructure earlier, and I did briefly touch on the water, but of course the response includes all the areas of delivery, so waste management, coastal management, air quality management, all those different areas of delivery by the municipalities, but also by province and others. I'll then move on, Chair, to the comments by Member Constable. We will certainly look and see how we can improve the report. I know that our font and our spacing is bigger and more, but and if I look at the Cape Nature format, but to see if we can shorten and make it crisper. This is done in-house by our own colleagues in terms of the editing and even the printing to reduce the cost. But we will always explore whether we can make further improvements on that. Those of 24G, I'm going to ask Ayub Mohammed as the Chief Director to come in, and he can decide whether he wants Director Charmaine Marais, who's online, to also come in on the Section 24G questions. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you. Firstly, in terms of how likely it is that 24G will be granted, that depends obviously on the information that is put in front of us when we make the decision. So if the environment can be adequately rehabilitated and mitigated, then we will consider the application and grant authorization. There are refusals that have been issued in the past and in the last financial year as well. There are a few in between, but there are refusals, just like in the EIA section, where the refusals are granted, because if we look at the criteria which NEMA prescribes. In terms of them not paying the fine, what then happens, then it will go into the criminal enforcement process and they will be dealt with in terms of that. What we've done now is we've made the submission of the 24G schedule perimetry in terms of the enforcement that we do, compliance notices. So if they don't comply with that, then it becomes an offence as well, because they haven't complied with the condition of a notice that we've issued them. The cost of the EIA versus the cost of 24G, that is a debate which is currently raging. It's a perpetual debate that happens because people are saying there shouldn't be this get out of jail mechanisms like the speeding fine. If you speed, should you get a fine or should you just be prosecuted? Because if you pay the fine, it's an admission of guilt. But so that debate is going on, and there isn't real data that we have in terms of the cost of the EIA versus the 24G. That is to do with actual applications. The disincentive in terms of the 24G is the fine. And the fine has been, to go to the third question as well, the fine has been revised, and the fine used to be it was to a maximum of 5 million rand up till 2024. And then with NEMA 2022 being enacted, that fine has actually moved up to 10 million rand now. So it is a substantial amount of money, the maximum that can be imposed. And also there's an imprisonment if it's not paid. So yeah, there is a constant review, like they do. The Minister of Justice does his review on the fines every year. That also gets adjusted, but we obviously depend on the national process to do that. With the latest amendments in terms of the use of 24G, what we've also brought in now, for example, is that if you're a repeat offender, there isn't a variable any longer. It's a 10 million rand fine straight. So we keep a record of all applicants, and if you're a repeat offender, then we've got to impose a 10 million rand fine. That's written into the law. There's no fine calculator that is used. It's straightforward. It's written into NEMA. Also, if you submit the 24G application now, then you are directed to immediately cease activities. So that wasn't in the past where people could still continue. Now they have to actually cease activities. So that's another disincentive for people not to go the 24G route. So it is it is a good mechanism that we have at the moment. Obviously, people do appeal the fines as well, and then we've got to take in some other considerations. But this is the mechanism that NEMA has put in place to deal with the unauthorized commencement of listed activities. And then HOD, you can check if Charmaine has any other comments to make.
Charmaine, Marie, did you want to add anything to that response? It sounds, yeah, so thank you, Ayub, for those responses. I think we're working closely with different sectors in terms of whether it's the work to promote, compliance with the legislation and to promote, for example, responsible production in the agricultural sector. And of course, there's lots of work underway for, similar to what Woolworths have done in terms of developing their producers. So it's a journey of transitioning and sustainability, and that's also what the 24G process allows for. So although there's huge risk that your 24G application will be refused and you have to rehabilitate and you must cease immediately, you can still be criminally prosecuted. The 24G does provide the opportunity to look at the merits of a specific case, and if it were to be approved, it actually could then be a critical step in for instance, a producer's journey towards becoming a lawful producer, responsible producer, best practices, sustainability. And we're busy working closely with the agricultural sector and other sectors in terms of that approach towards sustainability. I think, yeah, that was the last of the current questions. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Yes, I mean, I suppose there's not a lot of room for pragmatism when it comes to the application of the law, but maybe how we get there and how we empower people around their understanding of it is the critical aspect. So thank you for that. I note 2 hands online. Member Maria, I'll come back to you. It's Member Constable and Member Masipa. Member Constable, you can go first.
Thank you, Chair. I have 2 questions, one on page 16. The first one on page 16. Chair, the department, this is with regards to the ecological infrastructure and the implementation of the investment framework. The department have been promoting in the mainstreaming of the ecological projects, this framework for several years now, without being able to report on concrete results. And this starts there in 2017-18, if you look at that annual report. So the question is, which catalytic projects does the department envision will result from this efforts, and what are the barriers hampering the implementation of this framework? My second and last question is on page 18, Chair, with regards to the waste diversion from landfill. The department has reported consistent under achievement of waste diversion targets. So the question is, what barriers currently exist to diversion efforts, and how can they become be overcome to achieve waste diversion targets? And the second question on that, are there best practices from certain landfill sites that can be applied elsewhere to accelerate these efforts? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, greetings to the Minister and the HOD and the department. Chair, environmental sustainability is in our hands, and I really must say that I applaud the passion and the manner in which this department is working on ensuring that we've got environmental sustainability. I noted in the report that 240 enforcement action took place, and I really want to not as a question, but to just request the department to really just assist in ensuring that this message of enforcement is out there in the media space and so forth, so that we can also kind of participate as members of parliament in terms of ensuring that we assist on this enforcement, because I do know that maybe not only me, but members of this house might really not be aware as to how to report this kind of a violation of the enforcement law. So my call here, Chair, is that the department must just assist and maybe share with us, in terms of how to report those cases that they have been able to manage, and so that we can also have the contact number to assist the department. On page 24, with regards to revenue collection, I note that they have over collected with 2.4 million rand. The question really is, what incentives are there for officials who are doing the great work in terms of ensuring that there's over collections, and also how sustainable are this over collection going forward. Chair, I'm going to go to page 43. I have read the housing market studies that are presented. So when we started realizing the change, or when the change was presented regarding the human settlement and housing, because initially, your housing department was, I think, housing department, but then it changed to human settlement. And the human settlement concept was around ensuring that when you build homes, you ensure that the environment and all those issues that goes with human settlement are taken care of. So maybe, Chair, not really a question, that we might have to request the department to come and present to us this housing market studies that was done, and also, making a comparison in terms of the human settlement concept as to how they actually differ. They can really share with us now, but I think the good idea, the good suggestion is that they come and do a presentation on that. I understand that the work has been completed in areas of West Coast and other parts of the province. They've completed, and they still continue in other areas. Thanks, Chair. That's really my 2 points that I wanted to make in this regard. Cheers.
Thanks, Member Masipa. Member Maria, I've noted your hand for the next round, and Member Stoffel. Can we then take responses to Member Constable and Member Masipa's questions?
Thank you very much, members, for those questions. On the ecological infrastructure and the question in terms of the barriers, the ecological infrastructure investment framework was a key informant to the provincial strategic plan and the work that we're doing across the departments in terms of the risk profile of the province, but also the work in terms of us having to look after our infrastructure, which includes ecological infrastructure in the Western Cape, and the type of maintenance that's required also of our ecological infrastructure. And it, of course, informs very specifically the investment that we do through our investment in Cape Nature, which is, half of the vote budget. And then there's the work that it then informs now in terms of the Western Cape Infrastructure Framework Strategy Implementation Plan and the work that Marlene has touched on in terms of the portfolio of projects that's also going to the investment summit. But maybe to ask Marlene to please come in and speak to the where are we and then the barriers and opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. I think that it's a really important issue to start from. I think the CEO and our HOD have also spoken to the resource requirements in relation to the risks attendant to unmanaged ecological infrastructure. There are climate risks, water risks, fire risks, and actual risks to infrastructure. When, for example, you have a lot of silt coming down, washing roads away, and we end up putting a lot of money into just restoring infrastructure. So our development project gets undermined by insufficient investment into ecological infrastructure. But then also to note a level of rationality here, which is you cannot expect the department with the 1% budget of the provincial allocation to deliver on the resource resilience for the whole province. So this is why we work transversely and that we leverage off our colleagues within economic development in terms of looking at the value chains associated with ecological infrastructure, as well as on infrastructure itself. And it's been some, I think it's a really important note to take, is that ecological infrastructure now is seen as infrastructure, and we sit with our infrastructure colleagues. And that has been almost a sea change in terms of that acceptance. So in responding directly to the question as to why we're not making progress, I think we are making progress. Our department itself is not a direct implementer of clearing projects, for example. We work with partners, and one of our major partners is our entity, Cape Nature, where we would focus most of that investment. But we have many external partners. And maybe I should just elaborate on this. So if you can imagine our role as the province, our department, we are the conductor of this orchestra, trying to make sure that we coordinate and get best impact for investment into ecological infrastructure, specifically responding to the risks of fire, water, and climate. And for that, our ecological infrastructure investment framework has a spatial prioritization tool. We've also, in terms of that role of coordination and monitoring impact, we are working on, and have in the last financial year, working on this financial year as well as next, the development of a spatialized tool where we can actually track and monitor the investment into ecological infrastructure. Now, this is so important because if we were just mapping our own projects, say, for example, in nature-based solutions in restoration of rivers, we would miss the full picture because most of the work is in fact being done by partners. So our investment monitoring tool, which is being done in partnership with Esri, is doing just that, leveraging the investment from partners, being able to map that and being able to understand the impact, but also to close the loop in terms of how does that inform us in terms of where we need to make more impact are we addressing the risks? What does that mean in terms of the risks? I think in terms of the scale, I just wanted to remark on one of Dr. Naidu's comments. One of our key partners is the Nature Conservancy. You may have heard of the Water Fund. The department and Cape Nature are partners in that process. We are currently looking at an average leveraging there of about 47 million per annum. But this is on an upscaling trajectory in relation to work which we are also partners in developing water bonds. So besides leveraging work from our sister and brother departments, like the Department of Infrastructure and Department of Local Government, we are also leveraging from partners. And that is the reason why we need to start to be able to map and account for all of the investment from private sector, landowners, but our critical partners. Another critical partnership to highlight here is our partnership with WWF. We have a collaboration agreement around all the strategic water source areas in the province. This collaboration agreement provides us with additional capacity, but I have to emphasize how important it is to bring platforms together where people are actually doing the work. So this involves municipalities addressing their direct risks, but it also involves water users associations, our Department of Agriculture, who does a lot of work in this field, as well as our partners in NPOs and local government as well. I should also then emphasize our work in alternative and blended financing. And this potentially would be seen as what is called off-balance sheet approaches in alternative and blended financing. This is where you leverage and align partners' investment into your priorities without the funds necessarily having to run through the province. They will have the same effect, though, in supporting value chains, creating work opportunities, releasing water, and reducing the risks that we have, specifically focused our ecological infrastructure investment framework. And then maybe just looking forward, because I think it's important to look forward, is we have prioritized work with municipalities. Municipalities effectively own this risk of unmanaged ecological infrastructure. When roads fail, it's the local industries and the local businesses that are impacted, local communities not being able to access work, etc. And we are working now currently with the Theewaterskloof municipality, with the one municipality, but others as well, where we intend to work with a set of priority municipalities to enable them to put in local ecological infrastructure investment plans, also risk-based, addressing the municipal mandate directly, and for that then to be included in capital frameworks, capital expenditure frameworks moving forward at the municipal level. Another project that we also are driving together with partners is for the Olifants-Doring catchment, specifically looking at ecological infrastructure investment framework there. And as the committee may know, we've struggled to actually penetrate that catchment significantly with our current budgets, but we can do so with partners. And then maybe just in closing, to speak about work we're doing on value chains. So besides leveraging partnership from sister and brother departments, from our NPO partners, from municipalities, we are also looking, and the alternative and blended financing approaches, we're also looking at specific value chains that can assist in the biomass sector. And this is not just in the biofuel space, where invasive alien biomass can be used, for example, towards sustainable aviation fuel. So we are currently working on projects with petrochemical sector to look at how we can create that pull factor, a demand for the biomass that is cleared, in terms of looking at high value value chains in terms of sustainable aviation fuel. And there is a number of co-benefits associated with that in terms of the just transition, but also in terms of carbon credits and it in and of itself becoming an opportunity for a value chain. But beyond that, there are great opportunities in biochar and wood vinegar. And that also then cycles back into soil productivity, water conservation, and also water treatment. So we are pursuing those as well with partners within our department. Thanks.
Thank you very much. There's a lot of work happening in the portfolio and with partners. So the Sustainable Infrastructure Development and Finance Facility, the SIDAF, which Minister is leading, that specifically focusing on supporting the municipalities with their projects towards financing infrastructure. And what Marlene is really touching on, that part of that infrastructure portfolio should include ecological infrastructure, and that there should be an investment portfolio in terms of ecological infrastructure. And the SIDAF work is to support the municipalities with the partnership with others. But we'll then move to the question that we had in terms of the waste diversion, and I'll ask Gottlieb to come in, and Lance is also here. Thank you.
Sorry, just before you begin, I know we do still have a number of members who want to ask questions, so by all means comprehensive, but if we can just try to curtail it if possible to just the thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Member Constable, for that question. I'll start with the waste diversion targets. Why we not meeting? First of all, we have one target around waste diversion, and that is by 2027, we are looking at 100% diversion. Now, that is a stretch target, Chair. The reason why we have set it at 100%, 50% first by 2022, and then 100%, that's because there has been a prohibition which was brought by the waste classification regulations in 2013. And that prohibited certain waste streams from entering our waste disposal facilities, or landfills, as we normally call it. So so we have that already in terms of law, and therefore we need to ensure that organic waste is removed from our waste disposal facility. There's obviously climate change benefits in terms of carbon emissions, etc. We take it out of our landfills. So that's the reality which we have. Now, with the 50% diversion target which we set, that was curtailed because of also the impact of COVID-19, where also the economic activities were quite, especially in the recycling industry, were curtailed. There was movement also in terms of moving the waste around, or our waste pickers, and also it affected the whole society, as you know. So that, in terms of having, been further with our waste our it curtailed that, getting to that target. But nonetheless, we have pursued, and we have where our municipalities need to produce organic waste diversion plans to expedite and to focus on this waste stream, because this waste stream, organic waste stream, accounts for 30% of the waste going to landfill. So if we get all that out already, we would have an impact of saving also the landfill airspace at the landfills. So we are pursuing that, and we through also monitoring the implementation of organic waste diversion, we do the assessment of municipalities, and that's also with our broader assessment of the integrated waste management plans. Now, obviously, when we're looking at diversion, it is an economic activity as well linked to it. So there's aspects linked to the economy. And one of the big drivers in terms of is also the transportation of waste, which amounts to 70% of your waste costs. So there's a lot of factors in which you have to consider in driving that. To just achieve 1% is a mammoth task. And so we have to also look at how the data is collected and how the divergent actual quantities are calculated. But in that also, we have been pursuing the partnerships with our industry players. There's been also at through national legislation, the EPR schemes, the extended producer responsibility schemes, and there's 6, and with the organic pesticides, that's the 7th. EPR scheme. So it is about formulating or fostering the partnerships between the PROs, which represent industry, with the municipalities. And there's discussions, and what we have done in the province through our department and our forums, our Recycling Action Forum and Industry Forum, is to also where we are bringing the PROs together with our municipalities and private sectors. Further to so yes, we are far from the target, but we are actively pursuing and ensuring municipalities stay the course and partnering with our industry, because at the end of the day, we're looking at end markets, and that is the private sector. If I go to the best practice at landfills, maybe just to start and ask my colleague to further expand. The issue around auditing plays an important role, waste auditing, and we developed and refined the methodology around auditing. And that has been really from the industry also, where we aligned our auditing methodologies, or they aligned it with our auditing methodologies, and also where the other provinces and national has now also are looking into adopting this auditing process. But in essence, it is about looking at the impacts, and so there's various criteria which we look at, and very much obviously given our mandate, looking at the environmental impact. But so it is about how do we drive from the end of pipe, which is the waste facilities, to getting diversion and bringing other alternative technologies into it, in order to ensure that we have improving on our waste facilities. And therefore, we have been pursuing the regionalization of waste disposal, where they are better, bigger landfills, but they are better managed landfills. And that we can also demonstrate in terms of what it needs to run an engineered site. And so, yes, there are many factors around skills and machinery which is needed, which ensure best practices at the landfills. So I'll ask my colleague maybe to just give one example in terms of why those, or one or two, why those facilities are the top in the province.
Maybe just the guidance from the chair, whether that was comprehensive enough.
That was very comprehensive.
Yes.
But maybe just two quick examples. Yeah, I think, look, colleagues, I suppose it's a lesson for all of us. Broad questions, we get broad answers. So, but good answers, good information. Yes, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Lance McBain-Charles. I'm Acting Director, whilst my colleague Salimade is on study leave. In response to Member Constable with regard to the two sites, for example, two of the biggest sites that we know that have good audit results, and my colleague Gottlieb has covered it quite well about some of the reasons why, are Kawaideskraal in the Overberg district, and also Highlands in Swartland. And if at Highlands in Swartland, we have, for many years, we have a gentleman by the name of Hein Baumgarten, who has been operating the recycling part of the municipal landfill. And Swartland have always, because they had, and I think the advantage of having external qualified service providers who can afford quick fixes, quick repairs on equipment, who can afford the expensive equipment, and also have the technical engineering and civil engineering skills, play a big role in effective and efficient waste management and diversion at these facilities. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gottlieb and Lance. The question by Member Masipa, in terms of the law enforcement actions, there is a 24-hour hotline in South Africa for reporting environmental crimes that is available, 0800 205 005. And then there's also, we have a dedicated email address for our own province, But people can also, through our website, give feedback to me and choose to do so anonymously, comments, suggestions, feedback, if you go to the contacts section on our website. But and yes, so the law enforcement email address is a dedicated email address where people are able to report. And then we'll turn to in terms of the revenue collection. There was a question in terms of incentives for staff. Most of the revenue is from the Section 24G fines. We obviously would want to see no fines because we would want to see no 24G applications because we would want to see no environmental crime. But yes, we working with the teams in terms of making sure, and you'll see the close connection between our compliance monitoring work and our law enforcement work, because a lot of that work then results in people applying for 24G applications. And that is a priority and an area that we're always looking at in terms of the resourcing, efficiency, the triaging, the prioritization in terms of the action there. The housing market studies, we would welcome the opportunity to present to the committee on the work underway in terms of housing market studies, inclusionary housing and related work. And then that's it for the current round of questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Member Marais. I'm not Member Walters. We'll see how we go with these questions and maybe we can fit you in for this round. Member Marais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, my question pertains to the Minister's forward message on page 10. It links to that, and I think we fundamentally admitting to it that when it comes to the environmental challenges, we are losing the fight. Now, perhaps the Minister would be the ideal person, the Honourable Minister, to answer my question. But obviously the Minister can delegate if he so needs to do so. But my question pertains to the Minister's statement that he says to address these environmental challenges, it is crucial that to accommodate the growing population and to grow our economy in a way that will balance the protection of our biodiversity and ecological systems. Now, to strike a balance like that, you need someone to make recommendations that is independent, impartial, objective. Now, I know the Minister will probably know already where I'm aiming for. Currently, we do not comply with the Western Cape's Constitution by not having a provincial commissioner for the environment. And we know, in my opinion, that no consultant contracted to do work for the province can fulfill that role, because only the commissioner, in terms of Section 71, is given powers and who can act impartial in terms of his recommendation. And it clearly says without fear, favor, or prejudice. So I want to know whether there is a loss of ecological value because of the non-appointment. These challenges that are increasing, Minister mentioned climate change, population growth, biodiversity stripping, environmental challenges. How are we going to formulate a 5-year strategy when it doesn't come from someone that is potentially independent and looks objectively at the whole picture? Doesn't have to depend on a contract in order to give an opinion. So I would like to know from the Minister whether we are paying the heavy price for the absence of such an independent environmental commissioner. Because everything we're doing now in this department is to save the environment. We have a Stellenbosch municipality incident where things were just allowed to happen with no regard given to the environment. So I would like to know whether the minister can address where he stands in terms of this. And if the minister does come back and say, we don't have budget, I understand that is what he mentioned before in previous meetings, but in terms of page, I'll get to the page now, there was an underspending of program 1, 509,000. Underspending of program 2, 301,000. Underspending on program 5, 386,000, all related to compensation of employees for various reasons, not being able to fill a post, etc. So, according to me, there is some money, but we lost value in terms of protecting our environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Murray. We're going to take Member Stoffel. Sorry, Member Walters, I might have to come to you in the next round. All right, because that was a bit of a long question. Member Stoffel.
Thank you, Chairperson. Part A, mine is on page 10 on the forward of the MEC.
Sorry, Member. Yeah, you go. Perfect. If you got water, have a sip.
Paragraph 5 on page 10, paragraph 5. And as a province, we are blessed with more than 10,000 plant species, of which 68% is endemic. Now, my question is, and pardon me, please, if Cape Nature have touched on it, because I believe there will be an interaction with them. My question is, what are the details of this 334 plants? Plant species and 47 plant species that are critically endangered, and what is the reason for this, and what is being done to protect them? You see, now I will link that question with what Member Murray is asking in terms of the environmental commissioner. Then I will go to page 11. It will be based on the report of the accounting officer. Accounting officer, through you, Chair, the year 2024 and 25 was the last year of delivery against our 2020 and 2025 department strategic plan. Can you provide a smaller report in terms of performance achievement in that department on the 2020 to 2025 strategic plan? And what are some highlights, including outcomes of the achieved and not achieved pertaining that plan? And then if on the same page 11, Chair, with your permission, in addition on the strategic plan and framework, there was a survey or a study also from SOEOR 2027. I might be pronounced it wrongly, but I believe you know what I'm talking about. 2024 data conducted by the department in relation to this report, especially its findings on, 1, informal settlements and environmental vulnerabilities. So what was the department concretely done to address point number 1, the sanitation of it, the findings, waste, and pollution challenges highlighted in that same report that was being done by the department through that team. And then for now, it's which programs still on that survey, as per the strategy plans of the infrastructure, especially targeted on environmental impacts on the same informal settlement living conditions. And if you go to the same page 11, the second paragraph, it starts with challenging because with persistence, budget pressure. There, how many of these vacancies is not filled and were for funded posts, and why are they not filled? Yeah, I will stop there.
Thank you, Member Stoffel. Minister, most of those questions were directed at you, and then the HOD can fill in on the last few.
Chair, I'll try to be short on this one because we've done it and we can come back to the standing committee. That was always the then Honourable Pat Maran's question every year on the Commissioner. Stick to our stance on that. The Constitution is 30 years old. The legislative changes from when that was put in the Constitution has covered the Commissioner. The Commissioner will not have any legal powers. They will have kind of an oversight function. And if you tell me it's not an individual, it will be an office because the individual won't be able to cover this province. We sit with population growth pressures, we sit with economic pressures, and we all know that. And within this, we need to find the balance between economic growth and when we enter the space of the MTEX with the other departments, it's between health and education and environment and all this. So what we've managed to have done as a department, we've managed over the years because we've understand also that even if you go out through you to the Honourable Marie, to the poor community, a poor person, you don't talk to them about climate change. They just worry about their next meal. And so how do you message? And so we've realized very quickly that the environment is going to lose out, except if we land it. And the department has done a great job to land the environment in the middle of the growth for job strategy. So every single department now, when they do anything, they look at climate change. Even in our infrastructure, the biggest debate is to build infrastructure that can stand over 50 years and withstand that. A commissioner won't do that for you. But we can show you all the legislative changes, the splumas, the lupas, how we went through the process. And the quicker we get to an answer, the better. The problem with where these pressures get out of hand, it's when we don't take a decision. A yes or no for a development. The sooner you make that decision, the better. And the sooner you get to the courts, because people in the Western Cape love court cases, the better. We've got Ahmad and his team. They do the unpopular work of law enforcement. It's a difficult space, but they do a great job there. And we independent. You can look at the track record. I'm very proud of what they achieved over the years. The Stellenbosch matter is something that we need to. It's one out of thousands. It's like you take the George building collapse and then you want to change the building regulations because of one building that collapsed, where there was a design flaw and etc. We built thousands of buildings that stand. It will be really short-sighted to now change the whole sector just because of one person ignore the law. There will always be people that will ignore the law. So we need to deal with that. And we will deal with that through the 24G processes, through Ahmad and his team. And we get complaints all the time and we send people out all the time. And you can ask him afterwards. There's no political interference in those kind of processes. We hit hard where people overstep. But knowing that we need to find the right balance. We're very worried with Cape Nature. Sorry, Honourable Stoffel, maybe when Cape Nature comes to the standing committee, we can talk more about environmental crime. It's not only, but we currently, because normally when you talk about environmental crime, Honourable Chair, you look at abalone and the coastline, but there's something new that's happened, and that's our plant species get stripped. the knarsvlaktes, and we've even picked up there's communities. Cape Nature will tell you there's communities in Namakoland that's been captured through these international networks. And it's actually what is bad is the social media access to that, because you catch now the person on the ground who just want money to put food on the table. You don't get to the brain behind this, because they don't have to come to South Africa and do the work themselves now. They use the internet, they use those kind of connections. So it's problematic. They will be able to provide you a list of species that's endangered, etc. And we can ask Cape Nature to do that. But it's a very interesting conversation, and some that I think the Standing Committee must have, because then you understand the intensity of it. There's like clivia plants that they found, new species of clivias, that's now completely stripped within, I think, 12 months. But those plants gone on the black market for 80,000+ rand a plant. You know, it's the kind of money and it's also a niche kind of market, because it seems like rich people want to brag about this plant from nature standing in his, and it's something that Cape Nature is also trying to work through. How can we stop it, or how can we prevent it? Out of that, that's still a debate. We're going to differ, because I've met with the people that has done the Chelsea Flower Show. They have the opinion that must we not in Cape Nature have like a seed bank where we protect species, and so that we can put that back into. So we will have that discussion with Cape Nature also, to see to it that we keep the genes going, and that we can have a feeding and put plants back in nature. But HOD, anything that you want to add?
Thank you very much, Minister, and thank you to the members for the questions. The environmental right is also a human right. So, of course, we work with the Human Rights Commission, Public Protector, Public Service Commission, and then, of course, the important oversight work that you do as the Standing Committee are all the oversight bodies that independently from us make sure that the data, that the performance information is all there. And then we do have the combined assurance system, of which the Auditor General is but a part, that also provides assurance, and an independent assurance provided by the Auditor General in terms of whether we are in fact responsive, and whether we doing what's necessary. And in terms of environmental management, but it's also the same in terms of development planning. People and their needs are at the forefront of the concerns. And in terms of the work that we've done in the past, and also the most recent work, it was focused on the citizen, on the residents of the Western Cape, taking very specifically a life course approach through the life course in terms of a citizen, of a resident, but also looking at the future, because we are serving and responsive to the needs of the present and future generations. And the question that was asked by Member Stoffel in terms of over the 5 years, we very specifically make sure that each year of delivery, ultimately we're delivering on our 5-year strategy. And the year of delivery under question, that was the achievements over the 5 years, whether it is in terms of our coastal management program that we've implemented over the 5 years. So every year there's specific delivery against that. But the delivery was to achieve what was set out for the 5 years. And maybe to ask Marlene, just in terms of coastal management, we've touched on some of the other programs like waste management and the planning work that we've done over the 5 years. But maybe just in terms of coastal management, in terms of the 5-year, what we set out to achieve in the 5 years, and maybe even the State of Environment Outlook report, to maybe just touch on that. There's specific questions or focus in there in terms of informal settlements, because the focus is on people and their needs. It is about the environmental quality. It is about the ecology, but also the socioeconomic imperatives, and with the municipalities, with communities, with the national organs of state. to see how what is our collective responsibility, what do that need to look like. But environmental quality is a key focus in that, because it's not just about survival. We are trying to make sure that it's quality environment and that there's opportunity, and that we're managing. And One Health approach is specifically focused on that, to make sure that there's primary prevention, that we specifically address the vulnerabilities and risk. So the work that we're doing in terms of the risk profiles across the surveillance system, whether it's air quality or water quality, and all the whether it's the disease and things that we're tracking, that is very specifically focusing on the impact on the citizen, and how do we make sure that there's primary prevention that happens, even though we're dealing with the current circumstances. But maybe to ask Marlene to come in on the coastal management program as an example of delivery over the 5 years, touch on the State of Environment Outlook report, and then maybe to ask Natasha to speak to the pollution matter, to come in on some of that work that we're doing there related to Member Stoffel's question. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, and thanks, members, for the questions. I think in terms of coastal management, our primary act is the Integrated Coastal Management Act, and it takes a very different approach to many of the other environmental legislation in that it seeks to have integrated and sustainable coastal development. It is also the challenge of trying to integrate at the local level. So it's not necessarily only a conservation or an environmental protection piece of legislation. It really looks specifically to cooperative governance and about the long-term outcome we want to see for the coast, which is a coast that is sustainably developed. But of course, in the coast, we are extremely vulnerable to impacts of climate change. And so this has been a critical focus for us over the last 5 years, and is still a major focus for us in terms of looking at risks, the risk modeling, the changes in sea level rise, the coastal erosion risk lines. And we're in a long-term process now in actually implementing critical elements of the Integrated Coastal Management Act, which allows our minister to identify and provide a regulatory environment around how we manage coastal risk. This is clearly a transversal issue, because as you saw from the high sea events in this last year, many municipalities were impacted. And we worked with municipalities because we have a very irrational view of risk. People do. We don't remember that this happened in 2008 as well. And there were significant impacts to the coast. So this time round, we worked with the local municipalities to take photos and to digitize points of the damage so that we could generate a database, not just in sort of the institutional memory, but actually in a database memory that we could refer back to. And we worked very closely with disaster management in doing that. So I'm just using that as an example that coastal risk is and will be in the future a major transversal matter that we must deal with. Specifically, infrastructure at risk. There are certain infrastructures that simply must be at the coast. If I think about pipelines, coastal resorts, places which are amenities, you want to have that at the coast, but there's certain infrastructures which you want to actually exclude from the coast. And so as we move forward with the regulatory system for implementing coastal management lines, we will be looking at specific activities which require shaping to that risk model in terms of development. We're working very closely there with the municipalities. As you know, municipalities have the constitutional mandate to make land use decisions, whereas our department is focused on environmental decision making. And we need to make sure that the same message, we're singing off the same hymn sheet ultimately in how we understand and interpret risk. So that's a major area in terms of driving coastal resilience, which is ongoing. Coastal access is also a critical area, priority area of our coastal management program. And this ultimately is enshrined in the same legislation. We have a right to physically access the coast as people. But in terms of the pattern of land ownership, this can become a challenge, and historically was a challenge where some developments, for example, maybe close down certain access points. So our approach is specifically to work with the municipalities in implementing their role. We have developed in 2022, but obviously this work has been ongoing. Coastal bylaw for coastal access. Each municipality is supposed to adopt the bylaw and then implement it to determine coastal access land. And this is the work that is ongoing with various municipalities. Some are advanced, others are lagging, and we've got great support from our HOD and our minister in propelling that forward. I think another area to focus on is estuaries, because estuaries are the honeypots and the toilets, unfortunately, in some cases, of our rivers. Everybody wants to be in them during the summer, and sometimes our water quality is potentially problematic in that regard. We have seen issues in that. So this is where we work very closely with our colleagues in pollution and chemicals management. Estuary management is another one of those conductor orchestra scenarios where the responsible management authority needs to coordinate the efforts of all spheres to implement a plan for estuaries. Estuaries, then obviously the critical elements there are about the water flows and the water quality, but they are major magnets for local economic development. I'll give you an example. If the Hartenbos estuary needs to be closed, or the Grootbrak estuary needs to be closed because of poor water quality, it will impact the local economic development and turnover for any season very significantly. And this is where we work very closely with communities through estuary advisory forums and the municipalities, where we've got really good buy-in and great cooperation to address these matters before they arise. So, for example, in the Grootbrak, we've just had to artificially breach that estuary. In fact, every year at this time, we do what is called an ecological breach. It's there to connect the river with the sea. Really important triggers in terms of fish and important economic as well as recreational fish species in terms of our fish stocks, but also to address long-term water quality issues, which obviously intercede with the recreational uses, which are critical along the garden route. Let me also then move to looking at a significant element which is kind of imbued across all of these elements, and that is planning and integrative planning with the municipalities. So as the municipalities review their spatial development frameworks, we work with those coastal municipalities so that they essentially integrate their responsibilities for integrated coastal management in that space. And we assess their performance on an annual basis through the SIME process. My colleague Tia can speak more to that, but we really look at how are they propelling and advancing their own responsibilities in this space. I think I'll just end off then also on the coastal enforcement space. This is a new emerging area for us. This year, moving forward, we are trying to establish a baseline for coastal enforcement. We didn't really have EMIs until quite recently, and those individuals now are being tooled with the correct notices, which have just recently been vetted by our .P colleagues in legal services. But to note that you have this really important interface at the coast, where you have people trying to protect their properties on their cadastral boundaries from erosion. You may end up, as we do have on parts of Milnerton coastline, you actually end up preventing any coastal access because the high water mark will run straight up to the protection infrastructure. Where are people? Where can people actually walk and access the beach? So we need to be mindful of all of these matters. And then also the tendency, and this is across sectors of society, to potentially appropriate what is coastal public property by fencing in spaces, by putting unlawful boardwalks over dunes, etc. And that's where our enforcement machine, together with Ahmed and his team, come to bear in terms of assisting there. And then, Gerard, I just wanted to pick up on the question earlier, which was in relation to the data that you asked for. Every year, Cape Nature produces a state of conservation report, which actually elucidates all that information. Every single data point that Minister's included in his forward is supported by that evidence base. And then on a five-yearly basis, we also produce a state of biodiversity report. And this cascades all the way upwards to our national biodiversity assessment, which is obviously our national colleagues in DFFE and SANBI's role and responsibility. I think the trajectory ultimately in terms of the work that you've seen is that Cape Nature is doing well in terms of expansion of protected areas. But we've obviously got more to do. Our difficulty, our challenges are always going to be in the lowland areas, which are conducive for development and agriculture. And that's where we have our most challenges, where we've got habitats that are most under threat, together with associated species. And that's why we need to work so closely with municipalities and our colleagues in agriculture to address those threats. Thank you.
Thank you, Marlene. Natasha, just the Director Pollution and Chemical Management, just on the member Stoffel's the questions in terms of pollution management.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, almost afternoon on the dot. Natasha Davis-Wormerans, I'm the Director for Pollution and Chemicals Management. So I think we all understand pollution as a very, very transversal matter. So we do routine water quality analysis in two of our key catchments, the Berg and the Breda, on a monthly basis. And then, as Marlene indicated, also assisting with estuary monitoring, the Berg and the Breda estuaries as well. But having said that, our time is very much taken, or one of the units that deal with the pollution complaints is very much taken up by municipal issues, failing infrastructure, sewage overflows, and that kind of thing, which is something we work closely with our law enforcement officials as well. We hand over cases that they can be escalated and notices can be issued. But to deal with the root causes of those issues, it requires a lot of engagement with key stakeholders. So through our Western Cape Sustainable Protection Plan, we have three strategic focus areas within that plan, which deals with ecological infrastructure. It deals with environmental water quality and pollution, and then also water sensitive design and nature-based solutions. And within that, we have working groups for those three strategic focus areas. So specifically on the focus area 2, which deals with environmental water quality and pollution, we have a working group in which we will discuss our cases that we're working on, specific complaints. We identify hotspots, and then rope in those departments, like Department of Local Government, specifically in terms of the local government support and with infrastructure, with Department of Agriculture, and we've now recently brought in the district municipalities where the environmental health officials are, because we have, I think, in that section that deals with complaints, we currently only have 4 officials who deal with complaints for the whole province. And so we really rely on, especially at district level, where you have environmental health practitioners who are on the ground and we can quickly get information. We've improved sharing of water quality information very broadly now, dealing with our National Department of Water and Sanitation, the catchment management agencies, our environmental health practitioners, and some other stakeholders who have data. So getting that data together, identifying areas of concern, and then having that action plan of how are we going to address some of these things. What we do pick up from the water quality data is that there's quite concentrated areas of pollution, obviously downstream of informal settlements and urban areas. On the upside, it's quite localized. It stays there and then it gets diluted downstream. And so one of the key things that we are pushing for is the implementation of nature-based solutions. So we have a pilot site in Franschhoek where we trial with the UCT Future Water Institute nature-based solutions to treat highly polluted water, and it's been proven very effective. So our next step is really to try and roll that out, especially because we know there's sections of very polluted water that doesn't cover a huge area, but where we can perhaps treat portions of water and either put it back into the river at a better quality or to reuse that for other beneficial purposes. So that is something that we are prioritizing going forward. Obviously, it comes down to funding, but we have had a lot of interest from municipalities. Theewaterskloof specifically has visited the site recently and is very interested to implement something like that, especially in the catchment going into the Theewaterskloof Dam, which is obviously a very strategic water source for the city of Cape Town, and looking into how do we bring the city of Cape Town on board to also invest in some of that cleanup operation because it affects their water supply. So I think the key for us is just really that kind of collaboration. We do know our resource constraints. We talk about that all the time, but it's now how do we combine our resources to be able to make a bigger impact.
Thank you very much. There was also a question by Member Stoffels in terms of the vacancy rate and the filling of posts. At the end of the financial year, under question, there were only 3 posts that were still in process in terms of the vacant and funded posts. In this year in question, there were 25 exits, of which 5 was contracts that came to an end. There were 16 resignations. And yes, it is so that we do train our staff well and they gain amazing experience, and then the municipalities do want to appoint them. So many of the staff members were in fact resigning because they were taking up opportunities in the municipalities. But it's an ongoing process of whenever there's vacancies that occur, ongoing process also with the partners, Provincial Treasury and others in terms of prioritization, looking at how we remain responsive and achieve our targets over the 5 years and then each year while managing the pressure on the staff. So the staff, there is a lot of pressure, as I touched on in my in the annual report, but we manage that, and then there's a specific process of prioritizing in terms of which post do we fill, where we applying a very specific lens in terms of the targets that we've set to remain responsive, to those things that we set out to achieve. And what are the measures that we can take in order to still manage those pressures? But it's an ongoing process in terms of resourcing, prioritization, looking at our core mandates, the main support services, and then how do we resource in order to still achieve our targets, and make sure that the control environment in terms of the governance are also good. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD and officials, for those responses, and Minister. We're going to move on to part B now. Part B is from pages 41 to pages 155. We have covered a lot of general questions in part A and the questions from part A. So you might find there's some aspects in part B and D which have already been covered by those responses. But if you have any specific questions on pages 41 to pages 155, please feel free to ask those. I'd note hands online, but let me take hands in the chamber first, as we normally do. It's Member Stoffel. Anybody else in the chamber? No. Then we will take Member Masipa as the second, and we'll come back to Member Constable. Member Stoffel?
Chair, I don't know how to put it. I only got 1 round in terms of questions of A, part A. Now we're going to B, and I still got some questions for A.
You've got a question of
I
okay, that's
still-
fine. You can ask that now if you'd like to. If
Can
it's
I
with
ask it?
reference, yeah, to a
Okay.
specific page in part A.
Yeah, I will indicate.
Yes.
Chair, it's referred to page 12, and that's pertaining what Madam have mentioned. It's regarding the planning and policy coordination. Now, during the year 2024 and 2025 financial year, notable progress was made in the development of the finalization of the environmental framework. So my question is, given the progress made on the environmental progress and framework, such as the formal adoption of Mossel by EMF, and pending adoption, like the City of Cape Town. Now, my question is, why are the delays in that finalization? What is the cost of that delays in that finalization? And then how does the department address that that delays reflect poor environmental planning that affect the community, first of all, and the participation in economic growth? So can the department respond on that through you, Chair? And then my other one is that also on page 12, how does the department plan to improve the efficiency of the green scorpions in genuinely protect the vulnerable pollution, including residents, informal settlements, where environmental hazards intersect with social vulnerabilities? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Member Stopper. I think the second question that you've mentioned now was comprehensively responded to,
Yes.
so I'm not going to ask the officials to respond to that again. Do you have any questions on Part B? No.
Sorry?
Do you have any questions for Part B?
Yes.
You do. Okay. All right. Would you like to ask those now?
Part B is from page, I'm working also with the page
No problem. It's page 41 to page 155.
41 to
Yeah.
155.
Just to clarify, in terms of your question on page 12, it was basically the cost of the re-advertisement for the City of Cape Town. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, just okay. Just to get my head around that one. Okay. And do you have any for Part B that you'd like to ask now?
From 41, yes, I've got part 42, page 42.
Page 42, yes, go for it.
The overview of departmental performance. How credible is this? Is the 90% target achieved rate given persistent environmental changes in communities as well as in the high number of vacancies? Are these targets set in accordance with the lived realities on the ground, and how are they verified? Then, can I go on? On 44, the EIA applications. What is the average turnaround time of the EIA and approvals, and what cause delays? Is there any backlogs of these EIAs approvals? And if so, how will the department eliminate the backlog without undermining environmental integrity? Then, can I go? Oh, and then 44, the last paragraph, page 44, again on the EIA. What are the reasons for the delays, as I have asked in the applications, and what are the cause for the delays also in the filling of the post, because there's also vacancies for the environmental officer. There is no more commissioner now, is the officer. And how many officers are there currently as we speak? it's getting a lot, but let them answer that because I'm writing down what they answer. Next year I will come again.
Completely understand. I completely understand, Member Stoffel. The only thing is we have 45 minutes left of our session.
Okay.
And we've got 2 other items on the agenda once we close this. So I'm just concerned that we're going to lose the chamber and have to move into the passage.
Oh.
And I also want us to be able to have lunch. So I know Member Walters in the chamber has a question as well. And then after that, we'll do the next round with the online questions. Member Walters on part B.
Chair, I have 2 very brief questions in reference, and actually at under point A, but it fits in here as well. Under the green economy ecosystem support, is there investor interest in the kind of opportunities that are being created? Perhaps I just want to get a sense of whether part of the seeding program, the testing of the, call it concept, whether there's an engagement with potential investors as well. Ultimately, it needs to be scaled. And then in terms of EIA applications, this chair is more from a previous life in the Gauteng provincial legislature, but I see that there's prospecting licenses, mining prospecting licenses, also potentially nefariously popping up its head in the Western Cape as well. To what extent does the department have call it eyes on that, and to what extent does it relate to what the department is doing? I suspect I know the answer, but would love to hear you respond.
Thanks very much. Minister HOD, over to you.
Thank you very much for those questions. I'll ask Ayub to and Lisa Peterson is also here in terms of the question in terms of the EMF. In a bit, we'll get to that. In terms of there was a question about the cost of the delay and the reasons for the delay. That for the EMFs we need and for the instruments that we were at the same time developing, we needed concurrence from the national minister. And also with the city of Cape Town in particular, we were doing both an environmental management frameworks across the city, but also the adoption of urban areas in terms of the EIA regulations. And it was to make sure that in terms of process, that both of those were adequately covered in terms of public participation, so that we could ultimately then, with the concurrence from the national minister, adopt those. But Lisa Peterson can speak to the detail there in terms of the cost. Lisa, if you want to speak to that, or if Johannes want to speak to that, and then we'll turn to the rest of the questions. Johannes can go first.
Johannes, sorry, I don't want to tell people how to do their jobs because you guys are doing a fantastic job of answering, but we are quite limited in terms of time. So if you can just try keep it as concise as possible, that'd be great. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I can be very brief. So yeah, the cost for the department is mainly in terms of advertising costs. So for an EMF, it will be approximately 100,000. So this is for advertising, asking for public participation around this particular process. Thank you.
So you don't have to add to that. I think that's probably adequate. Conscious of the time. In terms of the
to complete the question, those matters have been resolved. So the EMS, that's why the EMS were gazetted. And in terms of what it will mean on the ground, it would mean that we have baseline environmental information already available for applicants, for developers, and for conservation and environmental management purposes. So it actually assists in the environmental management of the area.
You can keep going in terms of the efficiency of the Green Scorpions together with Ahmad Basir, the director.
Look, there's a lot of training initiatives happening. We're also rolling out EMIs to the local authorities and to municipalities, and we're also designating them in terms of national legislation as well. They are now become part of our what we call working group 4, where we engage with national and the provinces, so they're also part of that. And we're rolling out lots of training. We also had training for the national executive and all the provincial ministers as well. MECs for environment. So they are within the provinces. They've also now got the capacity and the understanding and the knowledge of what the EMI should do. So that was done as well. We've also got the municipal forums, EMI forums as well, going within municipalities. And then, as you've heard from my colleagues across in the discussions, coastal EMIs are being designated. For example, some of the pollution staff, they EMIs also, so they are able to perform and collect information that we can use. So we do have a capacity problem in terms of and a capability problem in terms of we don't have efficient scientific expertise, and that's the next area that we really need to concentrate on, because we do have a problem with them presenting the information if we take something through to prosecution. So we have been engaging with SANBI, the National Biodiversity Institute, and with Cape Nature to be able to provide us with that information, because we don't have that expertise in the department. But it's more efficiency is about capacity, and it's about knowledge and awareness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was the question in terms of the our targets. So we achieved 96% of the targets in terms of the APP, but the question was whether that is there a disconnect between our targets and the lived reality out there. Our department play a critical role in the lived reality, but we're not in control of all of those pieces. That is the municipalities and the national. But yes, we have to be clear on our role and how do we support municipalities and how do we work with the national organs of state. And that's an ongoing process to make sure that we remain responsive. As I said earlier, the needs of the residents and being responsive to those needs, that's exactly what the ongoing processes of review and adjustment is about. And also alive to the risk profile, the velocity of the risk. So certain things like water quality, and if there's incidents, the responsiveness need to match the velocity of that risk. But we're managing that across the portfolio. And with the ongoing work with the municipalities in terms of the IDP, of course, a key informant to make sure that are we responsive to the needs as raised by communities through those ongoing processes. And yes, there is lots of work still to do. So continuous improvement is important there. In terms of the EIAs, maybe to ask the colleagues to come in on that. Zahir Tofi was here earlier. Gavin Benjamin is online as the other director, but maybe to ask Gavin Benjamin to, in terms of the average time and the backlogs, there's no backlogs. The timeframes are legislated, and it's only the few that where we've missed the timeframe 7, where we've missed the timeframe. It's the same team that are working on the EIs that are also working on the non-apps. So there was 973 non-apps that the same team were also dealing with. And so, yes, we are managing, the need for responsiveness there. And yes, we are being impacted by the number of vacant posts. We are in process. We were going to fill a number of permanent posts in that space. As per the case that we made, the budget cuts that came did impact on that. And we had to then shift to contract appointments. But we still managed to achieve the performance there in terms of we missed the 7 timeframes, and those were very close. In terms of the non-apps, we also, the non-apps is the advice and guidance that we give before people apply. It's also advice and guidance to the municipality. So that's also critical work. And we try and manage both of those. Gavin, in terms of average response times, in terms of the EIAs, there's obviously in process, but then there's the 107 days legislative timeframe. Gavin?
Thank you, HOD, and thank you, members. Yes, in terms of the timeframes, we typically, when we're on time, we're meeting the 107 days, and we frequently, I don't have a number, I don't have a percentage where we are better than 107 days. So unfortunately, I can't tell you what that average time is, but we do, when we meet the timeframes, are meeting within 107 days or less, often within, some of them are a month or so. And then in terms of the shortened timeframes of 75 days, there are a number of applications. Again, I don't have the exact numbers, but we are dealing with applications within 70 to 75 days. And then on the issue of vacancies, yes, it's not just the staff numbers, but also the complexity of the applications we're dealing with and the number of studies that are required, etc., that also contribute to the processing times for dealing with applications. Thank you, HOD.
You did touch on it, but it's of course not just it's to meet the timeframes to make good decisions. So we are very conscious of the fact that that is, and everybody knows that as registered professionals that are doing this work, that they have to make sure that it's due process, that it's good decisions, and of course we're very conscious of the timeframes. There are applications where we fast track it in the sense that whether it's energy generation or municipal infrastructure, the public good projects, and there is ongoing focus on that. Then it was on the GEES to ask Ronald Bukanya in terms of the green economy ecosystem support question. Thank you. And in terms of investors.
Thank you, HOD. So the short answer is yes, there's huge interest from investors. So if you look at embedded solar PV, just as an example, in the agriculture, commercial, and industrial user space, we are looking at an anticipated growth rate of close to 20 billion rand over the next 6 years. Then if you look at the large-scale renewable energy projects that are currently in the pipeline for the next 6 or so years, we're anticipating a quantum of 21 billion rand worth of investment. And then obviously in the water space, likewise, our HOD has already hinted on interventions like CDAF. And I think there's a big opportunity as well within that space to then localize the manufacturing aspect of what's happening within the water space, equally so within the energy and electricity space as well. So all those are a summary of the investment opportunities that are available. And I think the other point that I'll just like to highlight is from a GEES point of view, it's important to ensure that the municipalities are ready from a regulatory point of view. So a simple example is you have a municipality with 10 different forms for a business to apply to be able to get their small-scale embedded generation application done. And through the GEES, instead of the 9 forms, we summarize them and give the business just a single form. So they submit the application at one front office, the municipality gets all the other 9 required approvals internally, and then the outcome comes and the business comes to that one office and we are good to go. So in summary, that's the support and the investment opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last question was in terms of the prospecting and mining. The National Department of Minerals and Energy is the 11th competent authority in terms of EIAs in the country. They're specifically the competent authority in terms of the mining related activities. Our department, however, very closely, we comment on all of those applications. So we have a very specific standard operating procedure and coordination. We coordinate with Cape Nature. So we participate in those processes. We appeal if we need to. We've been in court on certain matters. We are working closely with the parties, the municipalities in particular, in terms of planning. Mining is important, as are the other imperatives, agriculture, and we also therefore working closely with the agricultural sector, which we meet with quarterly on these matters. Many instances, the farmers are still the owner of the property of the surface rights, and therefore it's the surface right owner who must obtain the necessary land use approvals for mining, where the mineral rights are administered differently, and could be someone else that are trying to obtain mineral rights. So it's that interplay between the EIA processes for mining and prospecting and then the landowner in terms of the municipal planning processes. But we're working closely, and yes, we are actively participating in that, and we are calling for improved strategic planning, particularly on the West Coast in terms of mining. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Colleagues, looks like we're probably only going to be able to have one more round of questions based on the time that we have allocated. So we have Member Constable and Member Masipa. Is there anybody else in the chamber who wants to ask another question? It's just Member Stoffel. So those will be the last 3 questions, followed up by responses. So Member Masipa first, then Member Constable, and then Member Stoffel. Member Masipa.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I just suggest, because we don't have much time, that maybe, if members want to do follow-up questions, they can do in writing if we're not able to finish the last part of the report. Chair.
Yes, Member Masipa, yes, of course, you are more than welcome to submit a written question if you feel that you haven't been able to ask it. Go ahead.
Chair, Member Mare made a valid point and came across extremely passionate about environment. And I think reading the report yesterday and the day before yesterday, I have realized the passion and the way that this department really is making sure that no stone is left unturned in terms of ensuring that the environment is taken care of. Because, to have a sound economy, you need a sound environmental issues being addressed. I might really sound very philosophical, but allow me to do this, Chair. Chair, it gave me hope about how we are tackling the environment issues. However, what I often really miss is the role of us as members of this August House in terms of how we can contribute to this environmental issues. Like I said, our economic stability or sustainability hinges largely on how we manage our environment. And our environmental care must keep up with our economic growth and our economic aspiration. And if we do not do that, we are in big trouble. And finding the balance is always going to be crucial. Through you, Chair, I just want to ask if, considering, these challenges that have been put by the department, can maybe the minister or DG or some of the members of the team of the DG recommend international benchmarking study country where, us as members of parliament, maybe we can look at in terms of looking at the benchmarking studies and also maybe bringing a policy position or a bill in the House in order to really complement on the work that you are doing. Really, Chair, it's a long-winded question, but I thought I needed to make that point. I just want to go to page 61 as well, Chair, if you don't mind. There are the targets there talks about the current arrangements, the desired and achieved. I just want to get to understand, does current arrangements mean contractual obligation or target set? Just clarity there. Page 96, it talks about efficiency. This is, I just want to read what it said. This is an efficiency indicator rate of compliance to legislation, which this indicator is positive. Just to understand, what does that mean in a layman's language in terms of that particular indicator on page 96? There are, I think, about 3 indicators that are below, call it targets, but the explanation is given as this is a positive. Okay. Thanks, Chair. Let me stop there. I know we don't have time.
Thanks, Member Constable.
Chair, thank you very much. Chair, let me take the route of submitting written questions to you so that I don't necessarily take some of your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Constable. That's very considerate. Member Stoffel.
Chair, I'm going to pause with my questions. I have picked up, Chair, in terms of the departments working together and when it comes to performance. This department is doing very well. But there's things from this department that will always pose a question back to you that has not been implemented at the municipalities. You might implement at 97 of your target, but at a level where it have an impact, it might be 0%, and that nullify your 97%. And I think we should go back and work on that. A very good report on the coastal. But if you come to the question that I asked with informal settlement, where it affects the human being directly, there's no progress. There's no progress. I appreciate the work done by the department there at the back when it comes to pollution, when it comes to the water issue. But if you go now in our areas, we've been surrounded by shuris. We've got an issue of water quality. We've got a lot of issues. So I appreciate the work. So I wish by the next round, we'll really see progress there and you will see the difference where we are. We'll see. So I'm going to pause. I'm going to take your route to say, let's put other questions on paper to the committee. But I do also feel there was some questions that were supposed to be for the House directly, but because of time, I will then succumb. But really, we are sitting with serious problems. And even in terms of legal issues, we understand there is also issues that we wanted to know from the department, because at a lower level, at a municipality level, there is some legal issues from the community to the municipalities around these issues. Let me take Neisner. I'm going to Neisner about this whole issue. So I think there is really MEC, there is really a need for this more effective collaboration of these various departments. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Stoffel. And I think some of those maybe cross-cut between local government issues and what we're dealing with today, obviously, which is the environmental affairs matter. Okay, HOD, can I hand over to you just for hopefully some brief responses, because we also need to do that last part. Thanks.
Thank you very much. In terms of the service delivery improvement plan, that was specifically in terms of the client-facing work, and of course there's the Bartha PLA principles that's also applied in terms of our service standards, our responsiveness, the redress, all the rest. And that was the plan that was set out for that year and the achievement against that. And please, if there is more information needed, then please, you can put a question to us in writing and we'll gladly provide more information. In terms of the question, in terms of on page 96 and the indicator and the plus, that's where we've exceeded a target. And that's really just indicating that by how many, so that +5, we've exceeded the target by 5. In terms of the Member Stoffel's, the comment in terms of our achievements against our targets versus the situation in communities, we would welcome the opportunity to bring the information that that we collectively gathering with municipalities, with others. So there's the 31 indicators that we have in terms of municipal spatial planning, but then there's all the other indicators in terms of whether it is by municipalities in terms of waste management and collection and all the related. Some of it is with other departments like Department of Local Government, but maybe to share the work in where we're at with One Health and the surveillance and the specific water quality and other issues that are being tracked. And of course, we will always explore how do we are we sure we as responsive as we need to be in terms of our role and with others. And maybe it's with others that will bring information back. I think, yeah, Chair, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD. Colleagues, we're going to move now to the last section, and thank you again for the commitment to submit some of those questions via email. We just simply don't have enough time. I'm sure we could have sat here for the whole day and gone through questions. With the quality of the responses and the quality of the questions, I think we could achieve a lot more. But yeah. Can we move then to the final part, part D? And it's from pages 172 to page 208. I think we've exhausted a lot already, but if there are any specific questions on that you do need to ask now in the chamber, please feel free to do so. Don't see any hands. All right. We have one from Member Stoffel. Go ahead, Member Stoffel.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, my question is on page 174. Okay. Can I proceed? Oh, that is it in terms of departmental workforce planning priorities. On page 17 and 19 of this report, the department alluded to staff constraints and its impact on current workforce. Now, my question is, what is the current number of staff shortage in the department, and what is the role of workforce planning in addressing the matter? And then I'm trying to bring
Sorry, Member Stoffel, I'm very, very sorry to do this. I said the wrong page number.
Oh, okay.
It's down here, unfortunately, as 172. It actually starts 175.
175.
So my sincere apologies. So
Okay.
yeah, so it's from 175
Okay.
to 208.
Okay, then all right, Chair. So mine is then on 176.
Okay, here we go.
Table 3.1.1, the personnel expenditure.
176 doesn't have a table. Are you sure that's the?
Where am I? Wait.
You tell us.
Part D.
Yes,
Yeah.
part D is the section we're dealing. Yeah, so page 175
It's
to page 208.
179.
Oh, 179. There we go. That's
Thank you
it.
for that.
Okay, go for it.
179. To the table 3.1.1, the personnel expenditure. Why the personnel expenditure dominate the budget, whilst the goods and services get the smallest budget? As if MEC is looking at me like that. And then 180, table 3.2, the employment and vacancies by the program at 31st March 2025. And my question is, I do not believe that this table is an accurate reflection of the staff needs in the department. It is underreporting the staff needs and staffing shortage. Give the current staffing number. Can the department then give us the staffing number? Tell us about the current shortage you currently have. 327 staff, but we know there is a shortage of air quality monitoring officials. Yeah? So there is a shortage of OS, and there is a staff shortage in the waste policy and minimization unit. So what is the real shortfall of staff in the department? I'm not sure whether other people, we can maybe then give other people questions.
Thanks very much,
then
Member
pause now.
Stoffel. I think Member Masipa had a question. Member Masipa, do you want to ask your question?
Where is
He's
it?
not there. Okay. All right. No problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, Chair.
Yes, Member
Apologies.
Masipa, sorry. Do you want to ask
Chair.
your question?
Yeah. Yes, page 186. There's indication that resignations between the ages of 35 and 39 is quite high, and followed by the employees of the ages between 30 and 34, and the last one being 45 and 49, which are representing 80%. I see this as a risk for maybe for the organization. But if the 37, I can't remember, I think it's the 37% is not really a high number in terms of numerical number, then I don't see a problem. But I just want to hear from the HOD if there is some mitigant factors that he has put in place to ensure that retain that age group level, especially the 35 to 39. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, those are the only questions.
Was I audible?
Yes, 100%. Perfect. Thank you. All right, those are the only questions. We'll hand over to you then, Minister and HOD, for those, after which I'll give you an opportunity for concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. In terms of the cost of employment, dominating in terms of our expenditure, that was because due to by design, not maybe to the extent that you one now sees. So we very specifically we provide the services ourselves rather than appointing consultant service providers to do so. We at times, in terms of the cost, in terms of whether you're carrying certain expertise or whether you contracted in, we would contract in certain expertise at particular times. But in the main part, our service delivery model is delivery through our own officials. And that's why the compensation of employees is such a big percentage, because of that service delivery model. But yes, because of the budget cuts over time, the operational budget have been under pressure. Have been the goods and services budgets in terms of project money in particular. As you heard Marlene and others touch on, it is, of course, to make sure that through the partnerships, through alternative and blended finance, it's, how do we also leverage the resources of others in this space. But we are, with the provincial partners, making sure that the risk profile, the opportunity profile, that the priorities of province, that we look at where are the critical resource needs in the province, and how do we manage the risk and opportunities, because there are critical posts that we would like to fill. At the moment, the national department actually wanted us to do away with posts that are not filled in the country, but we've made it clear that because of the budget situation, that we're still trying to get to resourcing and a reprioritization and shifting resources, and therefore the workforce planning, the work that we do in terms of the priorities, the mandates, the service delivery models, the resourcing, that every 5 years, very particularly, but every year, the workforce planning, that is to inform where do we put the resources in terms of the priority needs. And yes, there certainly is too much pressure on the existing teams, and we would, and there's a need to look at the resourcing. We are looking at, and we have done internal prioritization, and taken all the measures that we can in terms of also non-fiscal measures, in terms of efficiencies and systems, We're busy with the online application system being developed for the 24G applications, internet-based system. And there are, and didn't go into all the detail today, but in terms of the proactive screening of the school sites, and all the work that we're doing proactively is to actually shift effort so that one can alleviate pressure into the future. But yes, there are a number of posts where we do not have the budget. At this stage, the vacancy rate in terms of funded posts are very low, but there are additional posts where there's a need to actually fund the post. And therefore we know we don't have enough human resources in terms of everything that we would like to include and still do. Employee health or wellness is a key focus, and to make sure that we are prioritizing and we are alleviating pressure where we can. And we are at the moment busy with an organizational design process for the entire department in order to make sure that our resourcing is responsive to the needs in terms of what needs to be achieved in the next 5 years. We've already made certain shifts and choices in terms of what we were able to within our budget and with our existing structure we were able to do, but we're busy exploring are there changes required to the structure? Do we need to shift the resources, and which additional resources do we need to access? And the resignations, yes, in terms of the number of exits, that's generally what you would expect across the organization. It's 7.1%. However, if one goes into the detail, it's concentrated in a particular chief directorate, but it is because of those staff are the ones that can also be employed by municipalities. So a number of those resignations are the staff members that take up opportunities in municipalities. And that's why it's so important for us. You can't always have all the redundancy that one would want. So we are making sure that we're managing in terms of who all's involved with which work, is it embedded in the systems, and how do we manage these pressures as it does come up. Because yes, that is a risk for us, that there are certain units that are vulnerable in terms of the resignations that we've had, and we're looking at those units, and we are busy filling posts, which of course some of those processes and decisions were after this this financial year, and those processes are underway. Thank you. And Mr. In terms of closing comments, really to thank the Minister for his leadership and the team for all the amazing work, the senior management, middle managers, but all the staff in the department. We take the work very seriously because it is so important for the citizens. It's not easy, but it's important. And there are many good things happening. We know historically we should have been better at communicating all the positive things that are also happening, because although it is true that there is a lot still required in South Africa, in the Western Cape, in our communities, there's a lot of great work underway, and we're trying to really scale and accelerate the good things that are happening. And we're excited about with the partnerships and alternative blended financing, how we're able to scale and accelerate the good practice that are there. So the work continues. But thank you very much to the committee for all the questions. We welcome the opportunity to come back to the in terms of specific briefings, and then any written questions that the committee also wants to put to us. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the committee. Thank you for the questions. Thank you to the team, HOD and the team, and the CEO of Cape Nature in his absence. As you can pick up as chair and the committee, it's a well-prepared team, and they're very passionate their work. So but we welcome the questions. It's good to know that there's also people who's got an oversight function that they fulfill, and that they will keep us accountable, and we respect that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to everybody who's joined today for this 5-hour meeting. I know the first section of it you weren't directly involved in, but thank you for sitting through that as well. I'm sure you learned a bit more from Cape Nature, as we all did. And you are officially dismissed. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we will hold on for our resolutions once the department has left. Thank you so much. So the next section of the meeting is just for members. So everybody else is also entitled to vacate. Thanks so much.
Lunch.
Oh yes, lunch is through in the back dining chamber where the coffee and tea was earlier. Thank you so much. Members, we'll just wait for everyone else to leave. All right, thanks everybody. And thanks so much for your participation in the meeting. I know it was a longer one. We used up pretty much every little bit of our time that we had allocated. But I think it was valuable, and I think a lot of really good questions were asked as well. Please, please, please do submit those additional questions, because that is part of our oversight role, is to exhaust all of our opportunities to ask those questions. So please, please do that. Colleagues, there are just a couple of items under general that we need to just briefly go through. The first one is a petition that we received from Seerbrak, which came to our committee as a petition. But having a look at it and on guidance, it looks like it's actually more suited to the infrastructure standing committee because of what it deals with. It was sent around to all of you in anticipation of the meeting. And our recommendation is that it be referred to the Standing Committee on Infrastructure for their consideration. Just want to note if anybody has an objection to that. So the petition will still be heard. It just would be heard by the Infrastructure Committee as the more suitable committee. I see member Masipa has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't see the petition, but I was just thinking that maybe you must just read it into record.
Sorry, member Masipa, I couldn't hear you there again. Just say it again.
Sorry, I said I didn't receive the petition, but I was just wondering if you can just summarize it into record so that we've got it on Hansard.
Yeah, so we're not considering the petition, which is why we're not reading it into Hansard, because it's suited for the Infrastructure Committee, and that's why we sent it around to everybody. So everybody has a copy of it. Member Maria, you've had a read through. Is there agreement that this member Van Wyk, that this committee, that this is more suited to infrastructure based on what it revolves around? Mr. Kutsia, perhaps you could just enlighten us as to the process. Sorry, member Masipa, your microphone is still on. There you go. Mr. Kutsia? Van Wyk, yeah.
It seems to relate to bridges crossing the river in Seerbrak area.
Yes.
And the concern on the structural integrity of a number of those bridges. And therefore, I agree with you, Chair, that it appears to be more within the domain of infrastructure and should probably be directed in to them to deal with.
Thank you for saying that, Member Van Wyk. So as per the guidance that we have received, we're not going to consider it. We're not going to read it in because it's not for our committee. Okay. Thank you very much.
Support.
Great. Can we then take the other item, which is the subordinate legislation? So just a bit of background on this. So this is legislation from the National Assembly, okay, which has gone to the National Council of Provinces. It relates to two items. The first is TOPS, threatened or protected species, which is dealt with by the DFFE. And the other one is draft notice that prohibits certain activities relating to African lions and the breeding of African lions. So this is not provincial legislation. We are not involved in the process directly at all as a parliament, but there was a courtesy afforded to myself as chairperson. We're not entirely sure exactly why we were included, but to attend online an NCOP hearing into these two items. We did take legal advice on it. The legal team also couldn't really establish exactly why we had been invited, but nevertheless, I attended along with Ms. Koile, our legal advisor, and listened to the deliberations on these two items. The lion one in particular doesn't relate to us because we don't have lion breeding facilities in the province anyway. The other one, the threatened or protected species, I've chatted to Mr. Haber about it as well, and he said that there has already been extensive inputs from the department over a prolonged period of time going back to 2018 on these two items. So there's no real need for us to be involved. Nevertheless, we've been asked by a representative from the NCOP if members would like to attend a workshop on this. It's a 2-day workshop, a Saturday and a Sunday next week, that's hosted by the NCOP. As per the guidance from Mr. Kaba, there's no real need for us to be involved, but if there is any member who desperately would like to be a part of that workshop on the threatened or protected species and the draft notice prohibiting certain activities involving African lions, you are welcome to voice that interest. But I don't want to compel anybody from the committee to have to attend that because there is no real need for us to do so. The NCOP members will also be obviously in attendance from all the various political parties and regions of the country. Right, so I'm just advising you of that. And I'm proposing that the decision of our committee should rather be for us to respond and say thank you for the invitation. But at present, we as a committee will not be attending or sending representation. Is everybody okay with that? All right. If anybody changes their mind and really would like to attend, please send me an email. All right. And then the last one. Thank you, Member Masipa. The last one is in terms of the D list for the Independent Municipal Demarcation Bill, still going along the process. The final list, the D list, will be coming to us before the end of the year for consideration. It's basically just confirming the inputs that we've already made, but taking into consideration potentially some changes that might have been made during that time. That will come on the 4th of November. Well, the final mandate will come out on the 4th of November, and then we will then have to discuss our final mandate after that. All right. So we'll be in communication just to keep everybody up to speed. It'll be a brief meeting, and more than likely will be virtual. Right. Mr. Kutsia, is there anything else that I have missed?
Nothing, Chair. I think it's all done. Members just need to provide resolutions for today's meeting.
Correct. Yeah. So, I mean, I know that one of the resolutions was to submit additional questions via email, and we have confirmed that. So thank you very much. Are there any other formal resolutions that anybody wants to make in terms of either of the two annual reports? If you do wish to do so, please just refer to which annual report you're talking to, and we'll then take it from there. Member Stoffel.
Yes, Chair. Chair, mine is not per se a resolution. Mine is just a comment. I have started a comment. Sometimes you don't want to demoralize people whilst they are doing good work. But Chair, there is a slide of there is shortcoming in that department. That's a very important department. And at some stage, this department has been dealt as a stepchild. But you can see now the department is working, they close that gap. You understand? But there is not a proper coordination of that. Whether we like it, Chair, we're going to be in trouble. As an environmental department and as a department that is responsible for citizens' safety, health, and all this, these municipalities is failing us. We are sitting with a lot of problems at our institutions. And I don't know how are we going as a standing committee to deal with these issues, whereby we hold these departments that is involved, that's supposed to be involved with all these environmental issues, because it affects the health department, it affects local government, it affects us as an environmental department, it affects infrastructure, it affects a lot of departments. So how are we going to fast track in that collaborative teamwork? I don't know, maybe you people have to take it up, but at some stage it will look like we failed in our daily obligation and a constitutional obligation. Thank you, Chair. It's just that comment.
Okay, thank you, Member Stoffel. We have Member Van Wyk, then Member Walters, then Member Marais. And then I see Member Masipa on the online platform. Okay, so we'll go Member Van Wyk. Colleagues, just to remind you, it is 6 minutes past 1 and we do still have lunch, but please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Chair, I think we should take up the offer that has been made from a development planning point of view for a presentation to be made, and I think covering the work that they are doing with municipalities.
Yes.
And I think we need to flesh that out probably fairly carefully on how they, on what they need to do, whether it might well be too much for one session in dealing with that. But to me, what has come a little bit clearer in a sense, even though I've been in local government and I've understood a lot of these programs that they are working with. But I think the biggest problem is how you get that collaboration and understanding within the municipalities of what province is trying to do. So there needs to be, ultimately, I think one of the aims has got to be, there's got to be a simplified and a repeated process, engagements with the municipalities and with councillors that can get a deeper understanding of what is probably expected in terms of development and how you're actually going to progress a municipality into the world that we are moving in. And I then also understand exactly where Member Stoffel is coming from on the environmental side, because that level of understanding and integration and the deeper technicalities of those are a similar exercise is probably needed in that regard. So, certainly you can't do the two in one session. You've got to separate them out into different sessions in what we're doing, because that to me is what I believe needs to take place.
Thanks, Member Van Dyk. I think you've captured it well. I think we've sort of got those two comments and got a bit of a resolution there, because I think, as you mentioned, the one aspect is local government, which we haven't dealt with today, but the environmental issues and the development planning issues are quite intrinsically linked with the local government. So we need to have a proper session where we can discuss those all, and we will make sure we do that as a resolution. Thank you. Member Walters?
I was covered, but I suggest just to maybe word something as a specific proposed resolution is that the committee gets a regular update of capacity building and call it transversal cooperation in municipalities and the call it the milestones that are applicable.
Thanks. Member Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the question I raised in terms of the minister's response relating to the environmental commissioner. Now, the minister's response is noted by myself. However, I would like to request as part of our resolution whether the department can provide us the process followed by the department in obtaining independent and impartial recommendations that informs their strategy and addresses the Section 72 of the Western Cape's Constitution. And reason for that is that the minister says that the Western Cape's Constitution is 30 years old. He discounts the value of the Constitution and he says there's new legislation, there's a Human Rights Commission is being consulted, etc., etc. So we want to hold him to it, to say, okay, so what process do you follow? We don't have environmental commissioner, but you say you follow a certain process to get independent recommendations. We want to know what process is being followed that informs their strategy and addresses the powers of Section 72, which is supposed to be functioning in the Western Cape. You see, this constitution was written to give us an office of the environmental commissioner. We don't have that office now. So in other words, there's a function given to us that don't exist. It doesn't operate in terms of Section 72. So we want to know from the minister, how do you make up for the lack of this function? Can that be put
So Member Maria, I'm going to make a suggestion here because I don't think you're going to get concurrence from everybody on the committee, because I think there is probably a maybe not 100% agreement in terms of the sentiment that you've presented and maybe the sentiment that Member Stoffel agrees with. So can I propose as a potential way forward that you submit that as a written question to the minister in your capacity as a representative in the House? You'll probably get a more concise response if it is a written question, and probably in a shorter space of time as well, which you can then pursue how you wish. I don't know whether we can put that forward as a committee resolution because we might not get concurrence on it. I see Member Walters has his hand up.
Is there an objection?
Yeah, Chair, I think this potential question is loaded with potential politicking as well. So let me make it also simple. It's actually a question about the Constitution. I would also suggest, I happen to be the chair of the Premier and Constitutional Development Committee, so I would suggest that if there's a concern that the Constitution is not being followed or alternatively needs amendment or a readjustment given the concerns of the minister here, that it's out of date. I would suggest that is where one should take it up. And then I think it also needs to be stated that I don't think one should conflate arguing for environmental commissioner with necessarily coordinating and caring about and coordinating a.
Can I call a point of order here? Can I call? No. I don't want us to take that thing too far. You have answered him.
Yeah.
Because it goes now to a political point, and we are going to debate that point.
Chair,
So
Chair,
can
that's
we be-
actually not a.
can we be
That's
protected here?
actually not.
Can we be protected?
That's actually not a point of
You
order.
must protect the member here. No.
So, Chair,
Member Stoffel, Member Stoffel, you are completely out of order. You are completely out of order. I did not, Member Stoffel, I did not recognize you. Therefore, you are completely out of order. He did not mention him by name and he did not insult him at all. He did not insult him at all.
Chair,
There was no insult. Member Stoffel? Member Stoffel? I'm going to ask you, please, to respect the decorum of the House, because that's completely unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable. I'm very disappointed, actually, because we've had a very good meeting. We've had a very good meeting up until now, and Member Walters is simply making an input. All right, and you need to respect that as well, in the same way that we respect your inputs. Okay. Member Walters, please continue.
Chair, I don't believe I've been attacking anyone. I differ, perhaps. There's a big difference between attacking and differing. In fact, what I suggested is a potentially more appropriate pathway in terms of addressing the constitutional point. Then, and I'm going to repeat that, so perhaps Member Stoffel can listen to the words I'm using. It was not an attack, it's actually a constructive approach. What we shouldn't conflate is an environmental strategy, exactly the kind of thing that Member Stoffel was actually arguing for and we supported her on, that effectively addresses the real needs of people, and a post. The one is a constitutional matter. Yes, it's interrelated, but it's about having appropriate pathways. I would suggest, and in fact, I'm offering, that this is taken up as a discussion point in my committee. My concern would be that this conversation becomes a debate, exactly the concern that Member Stoffel in fact raised, a political debate about the environmental commissioner, which is a constitutional debate, and then we should not have that debate. And that's where I say the potential politicking can come in, that actually conflates the issues, that it's not confused with an argument for the environment and an appropriate environmental strategy. And Chair, may I just say this? There is such a thing as doing exactly what you accuse others of, when you accuse them, attack their character, put words into somebody's mouth, and actually shut the speaker that was on the floor, myself, down. Now, I'm not going to belabor the point, but I think you did an appropriate ruling. But yes, I do take exception of it, and I was actually on the point of raising a point of order myself.
Thank you, Member Walters. And look, it comes back to my original point, is that I don't want to prevent Member Murray from asking his question. I think it should be asked if he feels it's necessary, 100%. But I don't think we're going to get it as a resolution of the committee. That was my original point. So please, Member Murray, I would encourage you to submit that as a written question, and perhaps Member Walters' suggestion as well of taking it up as an item on his committee could also be a way forward in terms of getting resolution from a constitutional aspect, because that's certainly something that I think clearly needs to be fleshed out. So that's, I think, a good way forward. Are you happy with that, Member Maria, as a suggestion?
Mr. Chair, I want to make it clear to Member Walters that the objective of my question or my resolution, I will submit it in writing, was not to start a political debate. He's got that wrong. Okay? This is about ensuring the effectiveness of a department, and whether we have used everything available to us to deliver on the promise of the Constitution. So I want to make that clear. I wasn't here to score political points. It was a political question, yes, but it was aimed at the effective functioning of the department to deliver on the promise of the Constitution. So I will submit it in writing, but I don't want Member Walters to make a reference to my question as if I want to score political points. I just want that clear. Okay.
100%. So that, I understand what you're saying, and so yeah, in terms of resolutions, as you understand, a resolution has to be an agreed resolution of the committee, which we can't get on this one, but we do have a path forward. And thank you for making the point. And I And I appreciate as well that you are asking questions in the best interests of the department for your sake.
Yes.
So that's, I totally, yes. Member Walters is going to extend
let me withdraw the word politicking. I think that wasn't the correct word. English is also not my first language.
Continue. Chair,
Yes,
can I make some apology official, please?
of course.
Thank you very much. Chair, my intentions was never to undermine you. I can never undermine you. You are our chairperson. We are passionate people, but the only thing, maybe it was that issue. And my thing was, you have ruled on the matter. You see, I was with you, in fact, to say he must write something. I have agreed with you. Now, my fear was just that statement of politicking can take it to another extent. So I'm apologizing, sir. It was never to be personal with you and also to the House. Thanks.
100%. If we weren't passionate, we wouldn't be politicians. So, Member Masipa, you've got your hand up. I'm sorry you're you're not part of the meeting today. I'm sure you would have been keen to be here. But please feel free to add a resolution.
I really am quite excited with the passion that I'm seeing in the House today, you know. Yeah, and I think one point I just want to make, Chair, regarding the department, and I think, you know, Dr. Herber and the Minister and the officials, they're doing everything in their power, and I think they are very passionate about the work that they're doing. What I'm not seeing is probably communicating it. And I think somebody, I think either the minister or HOD did allude to that. I don't think that they are communicating. And I'm not saying that we're going to make a resolution, but I'm just making an observation that I think somewhere, you know, we need to find a message to really ask them to improve their communication, especially on law enforcement that they are doing and on all others. So the one point I want to make, the resolution I want to make, is the undertaking that they are prepared to come and give us a presentation on housing. I think it's going to be crucial that we get that presentation to understand the studies, the insights that they have got around it, that talk about the inclusionary housing and so forth. It's covered quite extensively. But I'll also really urge members, you know, if you really have time, read that report. It's really well written, and I listened the passion, the way they speak. You know, the time that we have allocated them was probably not enough. I think they would have wanted to speak more about what they're doing, but I think that message must come out to the public. I think that's what I'm missing. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Masipa. Noted. I don't think there's any objections to those resolutions from what I can tell. Colleagues, thank you. That was a marathon session, and we got through a heck of a lot. And I just want to thank you all for being so diligent in your oversight role and for taking it so seriously and being here and being present, and really, you know, participating through both our sessions, both the local government one and the one today. It really is valued, and thank you for doing your job so well. Okay, we can go have some lunch. Meeting is adjourned.